get a lot of criticism. What the hell, your name is handsome? You're not handsome. We get that all the time. Listen, don't let the name play into you that much. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get into the topics of the show. This is indeed Shutdown Day 3. So we're on the 33rd day of our country being shut down. 33rd day. Wow. Who would have thought? Well, then again, it is President Trump. So my guess is some of you probably would have thought that under Trump, there could be some division and the country could get shut down. I guess to some degree, this might not even be that much of a surprise because President Trump, division follows him. Real quick, handsome Stubby Finger says, Tim, you're scaring me with these suits and ties that you are wearing. What's going on with you and who are you hiding from? Well, maybe I'm trying to make sure my image looks a little bit different than the one you see on the wall at the post office. Handsome Stubby Fingers. Appreciate the support. Scaring you, huh? Scaring you. Wow. Okay. And then happy Sunday to all you folks. I might be coming home from church. You never know. Your boy might be coming back home from church. So you never know. Looking great like a mayor, says Vendetta Ikea. Thank you very much. Very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So Shutdown Day 33. We got 3 topics. First one I want to ask you folks, simply put, is in order to get the government up and running after being shut down for 33 days, does the president, the leader of this nation, does he have any responsibility? Obviously, the Democrats and the conservatives are not getting along. It's like cats and dogs. They're not getting along. It does not seem like the government's going to open up anytime soon if you leave it up to the Democrats and the Republicans to do so on their own. So I'm asking, does the president, as the leader of this great nation, does he have any part in this? Because listen, Congress and the Senate are considered under him. He is the leader of the country. He is the leader of the free world. They're not at his level. Senate and Congress, I know about the whole 3 branches of government and all, but the Senate and Congress is not considered to be at the level of the president. He is indeed the leader of the country. So does he have any responsibility in this at all? If the 2 sides never come together, does he have any responsibility in it whatsoever? Should he do anything? Or should it just be left up to them without any intervention from the commander-in-chief? So we're going to talk about that. And also, in addition to that, because we know a lot of people are complaining about their SNAP, EBT cards and things like that are being shut off and stuff like that. This is one I just kind of wanted to pass on along to you folks, so I don't quite get this. Does it make sense that many of the same folks that are saying, if you got a problem not getting SNAP or EBT, you should just go out and get your ass a job, while those same folks are against virtually everything that would help you out if you are working, such as a minimum wage increase, regulations on employee-provided health care or universal health care, and of course, organizing a labor union. Does it make sense for somebody to tell you, quit living off the government dough and get your ass a job? And then when you get a job, they're not on your side for anything you need to make the job more livable in terms of wages. Somebody make that make sense. We'll talk about that. But the second topic I want to ask you folks, which is the actual primary topic of the show. Now, some of this you've probably heard. We come with clips all the time, but some of this you've probably heard. But this one here is concerning.
Here at the top of the hour, this is the post from President Trump as he says, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country guns a-blazing to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I am hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Warning, the Nigerian government better move fast.
So he is obviously threatening military action in the country of Nigeria. Now, you've seen what we titled in the program, Is President Trump, and I'm going to ask you folks, does it appear, and I want to be wrong on this one really bad, and I'll let you folks come on the show and we can go in the comments and you can tear me a new one on this because I hope you're right and I'm wrong on this, but it doesn't appear as if he is quote unquote looking for war. We're currently striking boats off the coast of Venezuela. President Trump is indicating that he may also have land incursions in that country. I'm trying to see if I can cue that up because once again, it's just this seems to be an ongoing saga.
President Trump considering U.S. strikes on Venezuelan soil to combat drug cartels.
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control.
The president also escalating U.S. operations against Venezuela's authoritarian leader, Nicolas.
Now we're talking about is he looking for war? Now someone stated in the comments, Michael says it's not war, it's obliteration. Well, that's what we did to Iran. That's what he did to Iran. So we've quote unquote obliterated Iran's facilities, which is an act of war. Now we're striking citizens off the coast of Venezuela, which would be considered an act of war. You're hitting them in international waters and you're not showing any proof that they were doing anything to the United States to begin with. And now we're threatening the nation of Nigeria because they are allegedly persecuting, if not killing, Christians in that nation. You heard President Trump's post where he said, this is the actual words he used, guns a-blazing. He says the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that disgraced country, guns a-blazing. So obviously he's talking about killing people when he makes that statement. And he says, warning the Nigerian government must better move fast. So we've obviously hit Iran already. We've threatened Venezuela. We're threatening Nigeria. And all of this comes in addition to President Trump taking command of this great nation some 9 months ago, suggesting that we needed to acquire Greenland. We were going to make Canada the 51st state and possibly take back the Panama Canal. I'm asking, simply put, is our commander-in-chief, quote unquote, looking for war? He is threatening to use the military a lot. He's not even been in office for a year yet. Not even a year. And we got multiple places on the globe, not to mention what's going on in American cities as well with the National Guard. And now him talking about sending active duty military to many American cities. Is he looking for war? I want to be wrong on this. I want to have some guests on here. Hopefully some of my beloved MAGA can come on here and tell yours truly how I'm full of shit on this one. I want to be full of shit. Understand, folks, we don't block, ban, or censor any damn body on this program. So you can be critical of anyone in the program, including the host. I want to be wrong on this, but I do want to hear from some explanations from some folks. Give me the other side of this on how you could literally take action in several countries at this point, Iran, Venezuela, and then also threaten a half a dozen other ones and come across as not looking as if you're seeking war. You guys know how the program is. We don't block, ban, or censor. We are indeed MAGA friendly, been that way since day one, always have been, always will be. I'll give you the last topic. And by the way, if you enjoy uncensored programming such as this, where you hear dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of what the person has to say, you have a right to speak. Nobody's going to limit that here. If you enjoy that, feel free to follow the program if you happen to be watching on YouTube, Instagram, or TikTok. And I think we're going to have on Facebook today, but nevertheless, feel free to give your boy a sub. We're here most weekdays. Follow if you're watching on Instagram or TikTok. Last topic before we start taking comments and callers. You're hearing Trump push back on this a lot. You know, all this, people calling Trump king. You had the No Kings Day protest. What was it, the weekend before last? Or last weekend, or was it I think the weekend before last. But you had the No Kings Day protest, and President Trump has made it clear, I am not a king, and many on the right are suggesting that the liberals are out of their fucking mind to keep calling this president a king. Others are suggesting that if he was a king, you wouldn't be allowed to protest to begin with. So I just want to ask a simple question. Is it wrong for President Trump's detractors to refer to him as a king? And I will ask the simple question: why are they saying that? Why are so many of Trump's detractors suggesting that he wants to be a king or he's a king or something of that nature? So those are your topics today. Feel free to follow the program. Tap the screen if you're watching on TikTok. Share the live. You know how it works. It helps out the algorithm, brings in more mag. Looking in the comments real quick here. Handsome Stubby Finger says, nothing about you says church. Yeah, he suggested that the attire that I'm presenting is somehow frightening. I said, you never know, I might be coming home from church. He says, nothing about you says church. It says you work in a high-profile government case. Trump got you spinning wheels. So what are you suggesting, that I'm some sort of operative on behalf of the Trump administration? Perhaps I'm MAGA in hiding? What are you trying to say there, Handsome Stubby Fingers? Young Bryce, has there ever been an administration faster than Trump's? Not that I'm aware of. I'll say it like this, and Trump keeps a tremendously active schedule. Certainly considering his age, it is amazing that he keeps a schedule like that. Now, is there any government that's been faster than Trump's? I'm going to guess probably not, but I'm going to say the reason I'm guessing is because we live in a day and age where we can see and keep track of stuff a lot better. Plus, Trump talks to the public a lot and the media, 24-hour news cycle and things like that. You didn't have that in the 1970s. You know, so let's say Robert F. Kennedy, or John F. Kennedy, rather, JFK, you would not have known that. You didn't have Fox and CNN and Newsmax and all these networks on television 24 hours a day where you could always know what was going on. All of the press conferences outside the Oval Office, you got them on Air Force One. That technology didn't exist. So you know a lot more about what's going on with the Trump administration. But he definitely is moving a lot faster than Biden, Obama, the Bushes, Reagan, the ones that we can remember. So I'll leave it at that. I'm so used to fake news. I thought you were. You seem fair, man. Thank you, says James D. Salute. All right, so going, it's not war. Okay, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. Looking in the comments here, did you say that somebody's going to try to blow up Air Force One? No, I have not heard that. That would be very challenging to do, I suppose. If you had to write equipment while it's in the air over a foreign country, but that would be very hard to do. I mean, with the amount of security and things like that, that would be very difficult to do. But let me go ahead and get to the show. We'll start it right off with Sherbert. Good evening, Sherbert. Welcome to the program. Joe Biden did not use EOs. Well, he used some, but not like nobody used executive orders like Trump. Trump is pretty much running America by executive order. Sherbert, good afternoon. Better yet, good evening.
How's it going, Tim?
It's going good, going good. So I'm gonna ask you the primary topic of the show. Does it appear as if President Trump is quote unquote looking for war? Did I lose you?
I'm just a not great signal. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear, loud and clear.
Perfect. What were you saying?
Does it appear as if our commander-in-chief, President Trump, is quote-unquote looking for war? With the threats to different nations, what he's doing in Venezuela, now he's threatening Nigeria, he's bombed Iran, military in U.S. cities, talking about taking back the Panama Canal, Canada being the 51st state, we need to acquire Greenland. Does it appear as if he is looking for war?
Yes, and anybody that says otherwise is lying to you.
So the obvious follow-up question would be, what would be the purpose of doing that? Why would he be looking for war?
Well, this is the attention economy, and wartime presidents usually get attention. I mean, Bush got a lot of shit for doing Iraq and never having any WMDs, so it doesn't really matter. He wants his name in the history books, and it already will be, but he wants it on every page.
He said he wants his name in the history books, and even though it will, he wants it on every page. Well, let's keep in mind, George W. Bush's name is in the history books for the Iraq War, and it's not in a good light. I mean, if you start an unnecessary war, isn't he the guy that wants the Nobel Peace Prize for ending wars?
as he's boom-booing boats
Yeah.
in Venezuela. So being a hypocrite has never stopped the Republican Party from actually doing anything.
What about the notion that he is, protecting this nation from, fentanyl and things of that nature? I mean, that's what he's saying. That is what he's saying.
Yes, but when you take a people away from human trafficking and the drug cartel FBI members and you put them onto ICE to do shit that doesn't need to be done, you obviously don't care about fentanyl.
Give me an example of what you're suggesting that he's doing that qualifies as shit that does not need to be done.
Well, taking all of the money and putting it into ICE. So all of the CIA, FBI, and Homeland Security's budget is less than ICE.
Yeah.
If you cared about all those other things, you might make it equal. But to give one way more and take agents off of working assignments, put them onto immigration, you don't care about the other things.
Yeah, but if Biden let in millions of folks who had no business being here, would you not have to explode ICE's budget to get rid of Biden's mess?
No, but that's because I don't think it's actually a problem to let people into this country. Now, if they are doing violent things and doing bad things, yes, get rid of them. Like every goddamn liberal on this app.
Well,
Sorry, I don't need to yell.
no,
at you.
you're fine. Listen, we're all about free speech here. You can say whatever you want. But what about the notion that under Biden, you had countries letting out their insane asylums. You had folks coming out of prison, folks that were coming in this country that were unvetted, bad hombres, as Trump would say. What about that?
Show me the rest of the Laken Rileys then.
There's got to be a few out there. We did have
There's no fucking evidence, then it's not happening, Tim.
Well,
And I'm so fucking tired of this fear mongering when we actually have true problems. When you started with a whole minute of Venezuela and Peru and everywhere else, and then you say, oh, but they had the open borders, isn't that a real problem? Fuck you. You're making a mountain out of molehill when there's literally a mountain in front of you. And we're going, no, I just see a little anthill. What are you talking about, you stupid liberals?
Well, but listen, a lot of folks would suggest that under President Trump, regardless of how you feel about the commander-in-chief, at least you feel safer walking the streets without all these unknown immigrants walking around.
No. We have masked men throwing people in cars. What are you talking about? It is way less safe in a lot of these places for the everyday American.
Well,
I know you've seen the videos of people getting snatched up. There's no way you haven't.
Yeah, but most of the folks that ICE are dealing with are undocumented people. If you don't get in their way, they're not snatching you up.
No, it's not true. I literally just watched a video yesterday of a MAGA supporter at an ICE rally interviewing people and trying to get, the word on the ground of what's going on. His 16-year-old friend, I mean, this kid's maybe 17, 18.
Okay.
But apparently his 16-year-old friend gets grabbed up, no words, wasn't doing anything. He's just standing next to his friend interviewing people. And he gets kidnapped away. And then 5 minutes later, they're going, oh, man, I don't even know what that was. Just, he's my friend. He's 16. He literally didn't do anything. And then this guy on the other side of the interviewer, that guy looks like Peter Griffin, not saying anything. Cops come up, put his hands behind his back, and walk him the fuck away.
There's gotta be
People
more
are just
to it
getting
than that.
grabbed.
There's gotta be more
No,
to it than
there
that.
isn't, Tim, and there's about 100 fucking videos of this. And MAGA just goes, but the illegals are killing people like Laken Riley. Sorry, unaliving.
Well, you're good. You're good. So this is just a guy walking down the street. He didn't argue with cops. He wasn't talking shit. Nothing. They just grabbed him.
No, he walked into this circle of people that are talking about other people getting kidnapped. He literally didn't say a word in this video. He's just a fat white guy wearing a mask, seeing what's going on, and all of a sudden they put his hands behind his back and walk him away.
How long was he
Literally no words were
detained?
spoken.
Okay, well, how long was he detained? Maybe ICE was, because they didn't know who he was, they were concerned about their safety or whatever. I mean, how long did they have him in custody?
I do not know that information, but when there is no building behind them, they're clearly just on the street corner.
Yeah, but if they
And
if they
ICE comes
grab
up to
them,
people
if they
and grabs them for no reason, there is Miranda rights here. You have to go through the process.
no,
And for just to no, you can snatch anybody up for no reason. I think that's horribly wrong.
I'm not a fan of it, but I do understand the Supreme Court kind of gave ICE a little bit broader power, such as they can grab a person because of their language or their their visuals.
A little more power.
A little bit more. They can do a little discrimination now, a little bit more. I mean, they got a little bit more power now.
I feel as if we have been militarized by ICE, and we're living under authoritarian rule right now. I feel way less safe now than I did during Biden's entire term, even during COVID.
But now I'm going to ask you a question from the standpoint of my beloved MAGA. Would this not be happening if Biden hadn't just opened up the damn border? Perhaps ICE wouldn't be doing all this if Biden hadn't fucked up so much in the beginning. That's what some are going to say.
I'd be interested in how he opened the border.
Just letting folks in willy-nilly, giving everybody, I mean, not doing any background checks. You could have had remained in Mexico to claim for asylum. I believe they even have some rule out there where if you're seeking asylum, you're supposed to go and seek it in the next neighboring nation. You don't specifically come all the way to the United States to do it. So, I mean,
what law was open borders, Tim? What laws did the Democrats pass during that time? Because I remember Remain in Mexico had to end because the COVID pandemic ended, and it was a power under the National, Emergencies Act. And when we could no longer say we were under a pandemic, they had to get rid of that rule.
Yeah, but
so where is the open fucking borders?
No, well, it's not officially open borders, but if you're not doing a damn thing to protect the borders, that might as well be open borders.
Well, you're full of shit because his deportation numbers are higher than Trump at this time in his presidency.
Yeah,
so
but
fuck right off.
But President Trump's polls on which one is better at securing the border compared to Biden, significantly more support for Trump.
In your opinion.
You think that Biden, let me ask you yourself personally, when it comes judging between Trump and Biden, who was better at securing our nation's border?
I would say Biden.
You believe Biden is better at securing the border than Trump?
Yeah, overall, because he didn't piss off the entire rest of the world by putting tariffs on them and making it to where we have no tourists anymore.
Well,
I prefer our borders to have planes with tourists coming into our country and getting their fucking visas and spending their money here instead of making the entire world hate us.
Well, listen, I get the notion that Trump runs his mouth sometimes. I'm not denying that, but you really believe that Biden is better at border security than Trump?
Yeah, because at least he would be able to describe what he's doing and why he's doing it more than they're sending the rapists, they're sending the murderers, and I'm sure some of them are good people.
Yeah, that's you driving my YouTube audience crazy. Rick James, bitch. Rick James says this fella is dumb. I don't know if he's talking about me or you though. He might be taking a dig at me.
No, he's talking about me. And also, if you're MAGA, I think you're terrorists at this
point. You gotta based on what is MAGA doing to make you suggest that they are terrorists?
Well, they're destroying our country first and foremost. And then when they have Canada not buying any of our stuff because they're so hateful and kidnapping people, I think they're pretty terrible people.
Listen, MAGA believes what they're doing is defending the country, protecting the border. So I'm trying to figure out. You're saying they're destroying the country. How?
Yeah.
How?
They want to get rid of everyone that's not white, Tim. It's pretty fucking clear.
Are you telling me I'm going to be off the air soon?
If things keep going this way, yeah. Because when the U.S. owns TikTok, they can start putting in all of the all of the Twitter stuff and making it a white supremacist group chat here.
Didn't Trump and Elon Musk do every damn thing they could to open up the channels of free speech on the internet? Elon purchased Twitter to turned it into X. Everybody could then speak their mind. I mean, you even saw the Charlie Kirk ending of his life. That would not have been shown if that network was owned by Twitter, but under X, you could see that. Same thing with Facebook. It's a lot less censorship now on Facebook now that Trump talked to Zuckerberg. I mean, you're telling me Trump is going to take us off the internet? Seemed like the liberals were the ones doing that.
No, because the things that the Biden administration was trying to get them to look at was things that were getting people killed.
Examples.
Like putting bleach in your veins.
You're talking about misinformation.
Yes. And when that misinformation can get people killed, it's their responsibility to maybe say something.
Well, according to
and there was no threats like there was under the FCC commissioner, like there was under Trump's administration here. So no, they weren't censoring fucking anything. And when Elon Musk brings on white supremacists onto his website and lets them say literally anything and the most racist shit ever, I don't think that's a good thing, Tim.
But is it just what I mean? If you are a black supremacist, whatever the hell that may be, you can say anything you can say anything you want to on X as well, right? I mean, it's free speech.
I guess.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be limits.
So you believe that X should go by way of Twitter and start limiting free speech?
Yeah. Especially when you're speaking scientific facts that are utter horseshit and can get people hurt. And not even just about COVID. Anything. If you're lying and people can get hurt by that, there is a responsibility to do something about it. Well, and just because you want to say free speech, these damn libs keep telling me what I can and cannot say. How many people on TikTok have you heard on here that are MAGA shitheads that say, they keep deleting my accounts? I don't know what's going on. These are pieces of shit.
A lot.
How many of them, Tim?
A lot.
Yeah, because
lot.
They keep threatening people. They keep making it worse.
Yeah, a lot.
There's got to be a little bit of people where you can't just threaten anybody and everybody.
Yeah, I don't favor the threatening portion of it. I will agree with you, but you know, they're claiming the Trump side of the aisle is claiming that all of the threats are coming from liberals. They're the ones that are the big. I mean, Antifa's been deemed a terrorist outfit. Some might suggest that Black Lives Matter is next. They're saying that the liberals are the ones that are promoting and stoking violence.
Mm-hmm. They also said that Charlie Kirk Pewer was radical leftist before we had any idea who it was.
They're still saying that. They're still saying that Tyler Robinson, the guy that did, they're still saying he's a radical leftist.
But 2 hours after, when the most that the FBI would have known was seeing the footage of the guy with the American flag shirt walking up some stairs. Now, you have to be able to admit, that's the only thing they would have known 2 hours after, right?
Yeah. It doesn't look right.
And they said, this is war. It's the goddamn terrorist left. And for some reason, now Black Lives Matter is the problem. Antifa is the problem. When they're willing to provoke and stoke those fires, fuck you.
Well, let me ask you this, because our conversation is driving my comments crazy. Steve R is looking at the screen and saying, damn, is this man really black? I want you to hear this though. Sometimes devil's advocate get you in a bit of trouble, but I wanted you to hear this one here. Are you familiar with Clayton Bigsby from the old Dave Chappelle skits, Comedy Central?
That was the KKK leader, the black guy?
Yeah, because you're being referred to. Goku says the caller is the reverse Clayton Bigsby. He's the white black supremacist.
Yeah, I don't like racism. I don't like bullies, and we're led by a racist bully right now. Anybody on his side can go fuck themselves. All of you MAGA are terrorists in my mind.
Wow.
Fuck you. I don't think you should be allowed to stay in this country. You should be deported at this point.
You want...
Call themselves patriots. They are not patriots. They tried to destroy the country and coup the country on January 6th. You were fucking traitors.
You want MAGA to be deported. Where the hell are you going to deport them to? Argentina?
The moon.
You know you can't sustain life on there, don't you?
Without spacesuits.
Oh my God. All right.
Anybody that was at January 6th holding a Trump flag should be deported. That might be a little cringe, but it is a very true fact in my mind.
Well, you know, listen, Trump told them to go peacefully and patriotically, and they just did what they did according to Trump.
He also said if you don't fight, you're going to lose your country. Did they lose their country, Tim?
No, maybe they took him out of context.
Fuck you.
Sherbert, I gotta go. Always a pleasure. You drive a hard bargain, but thank you for coming through, man. I appreciate it.
Have a good night, Tim.
You too. You too. By the way, folks, tap the screen. This is uncensored programming. We're here most weekdays. Feel free to follow if you enjoy this type of dialogue. If you're watching on Facebook, if you're happy to be watching on YouTube or Instagram right now, give your boy a follow. If you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Where are you looking, dude? I can't tell if you have a lazy eye or you just look dumb, says Derek. Well, Derek, appreciate your input. I have multiple cameras, so you're going to see me dashing all around like a door dasher. I got multiple screens I'm looking at. Folks' comments are going all over the fucking place. So don't have a lazy eye just yet. Maybe in a few years, give it time. But right now, I got a whole lot of comments going crazy here. Caller is the true parrot, says Robert Kennedy. Really? Really? Okay, look at in the comments, though. Does that go for the 256 undercover FBI agents that were at January 6th instigating things under, is that Charles Ray? Let me just say this before I continue with the program, and I need you guys to tap the screen, get your boy on up to 25,000, smash that like button if you're on YouTube. In regards to the allegations that there, in your case, stating that there were 256 undercover FBI agents, what are their names? Who ordered them to be there? There should be, there should be a paper trail. Somebody had to deploy those FBI agents there. So present that information. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I have not heard that in terms of being with proven actual evidence. If 256 FBI agents were there, somebody ordered that. That should be in writing or on an email or something like that. You should be able to give the names of the agents that were there. Where is that information? And I will also conclude by stating this. You say that the 256 agents were at the January 6th protest, quote unquote, instigating what took place. How hard would it be to instigate you to commit a bank robbery? You know, they left the vault open in the back. You can go back there and steal all that money right now. The clerk is in the bathroom. Would you do it? Since when is someone instigating you to commit a felony an excuse for doing so? Who gives a damn if they were instigating it? You as a full-grown adult, you don't get to use the excuse that somebody instigated me to go out and commit a felony, break into the Capitol building, smear shit on the wall, steal property, or whatever the hell went on. Somebody instigated you to yell, hang Mike Pence. You don't get to use it. So in my humble opinion, that's irrelevant. That really is irrelevant. No different than during a BLM protest. If somebody jumps on a car and says, burn this motherfucker down, you're not going to have any sympathy on anyone that is caught burning something up. Well, he instigated it. That's going to be irrelevant to you. So if the FBI was doing that, as you state, instigating, that is irrelevant. You're a full-grown adult. You don't let nobody instigate you into committing felonies. Anyway, but it's a nice try, I suppose, but that's not going to work in any court of law or with any responsible adult. People act like they don't have their own brains. That's what it sounds like to me. Or whoever the hell went on, do you know, have you seen the tapes? I've seen plenty of the tapes, Jimmy Joy. Trump said it was a peaceful love, what he said was a love fest. I haven't seen any tapes that suggest it was a love fest, so I'll just leave it at that. Yes, it will. You see the Diddy trial. Okay. Anyway, going back to the box, we'll go on to the next caller. It's entrapment, enrage the people, then they riot. Then what happened? That's if you're going to tell me, Paul, that if the FBI instigates, that's the word he used, if the FBI instigates the protesters or the some folks say insurrectionists or whatever you want to call them, if they instigate them to act on January 6th, you're telling me that is entrapment because it enrages the people, then they riot. That is what happens. Then you're also exonerating everybody involved with BLM. Do you agree with that? Because a lot of folks are suggesting that BLM, there should have been more arrests. I have never heard of anybody on the right say that the BLM folks that were quote unquote setting cities on fire should have been all let go under the guise that they were instigated by other protesters. It's got to work both ways. You can't just use it for the crowd your favor. Just understand what you're saying. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with Jamie. Good evening. Welcome to the program. How much money did BLM give out? I don't know because I didn't give BLM any money, so I'm not concerned with where it went. Most of the people that are concerned with how BLM handed out that cash did not give them any cash at all themselves. Jamie, good evening.
Hi, Tim. Good evening. First time caller, long time listener. I'm a 31-year-old disabled now.
Jamie, unfortunately, this call may be too difficult. I really cannot understand you. What brought you up? I'll give you a chance to explain what brought you up.
The Democratic Party has to take matters into consideration. Never in my 31 years on this earth have I taken less accountability from the Democratic side.
Okay.
There are problems at home before anything.
So you voted for Trump? Are you saying? Let me make sure I get this clear. You have problems with the Democratic Party. You mentioned 31 years. Do you favor?
I am 31 years old.
Oh, you're 31 years. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Are you happy with the direction of the country now?
No, I am not.
Why not?
Because there is a soldier in Houston, Texas, by the name of Kevin Lee Lloyd, and he is dying due to his active service.
You said there was a wait. You said there's a soldier in Houston, Texas. What about this soldier is concerning to you?
He died because of his active service, sir.
Okay, so this soldier is dying because of his participation in the U.S. military. Are you faulting Trump for this?
Yes, I am.
How is Trump responsible for service personnel losing their life?
Because he gave the directions along with the Biden administration to direct these warriors, and we just forget about them.
Okay, so you obviously voted for Trump, as you state. Other than that soldier you're dealing with in Houston, because Trump. Okay, I'm assuming Trump hasn't ordered anything for this individual. Was probably dealing with something that happened before Trump came along, was he not?
Yes.
So why are you upset with Trump?
The U.S. government hasn't acknowledged the service members' sacrifice.
Are you
the story.
Are you former? Wait. Are you former military yourself?
No.
Okay.
I am just a civilian, sir.
Okay. Are you related to this individual or something? This soldier you're talking about? Do you know him?
No. I just read about the story, and I am very politically active.
Okay, outside of this poor soldier story, what else about Trump? Because you voted for him. So what else about him do you have an issue with?
I have an issue that he is lackadaisical on all of his promises.
Name one. Give me two of his promises that you feel he is lackadaisical on.
He cut DEI And I understand that majority of the people wanted him to cut DEI, but I don't see the need to cut DEI.
What has he done to affect your life? You're talking about a soldier in Houston that you have no connection with. Now, did cutting DEI hurt you at all? What has he done that has affected you?
I am part of the LGBTQ community. I am also a part of the disabled community.
Okay. All right, sir. I got to move it on. Best wishes, man. I don't understand why somebody who's disabled, pro DEI, and LGBTQ would vote for Trump. So I'm going to leave it at that. Anyway, looking in the comments, and I see in the comments, Jerry says, this is why I like you. Thank you. Thank you very much. But I'm just going to suggest that if you're pro LGBTQ and DEI, and you voted for Trump, I don't think you have a really good reason to complain. You would have had to know that that's what he was targeting, right? He didn't hide that. Handsome conservative, thank you very much. So that doesn't make any sense to me. So I'll move it on for that. Thought was, oh my God. I get some funny comments, but this one takes the cake. Pizza Lover in the comments says he thought that was Gangsta Grandma's kid. Yikes. Tap the screen, get the like showing up. I cannot believe I read that. Tap the screen, get your boy on up to 30,000. I see a few smiley faces coming in. That was crazy. That was a wild statement, Pizza Lover. Why did Nancy decline to have the National Guard on January 6th? I don't know why Nancy Pelosi, as you state, claimed to not have the National Guard provided on January 6th. She claims it was not her job, but I will tell you it is. Now that we've seen 9 months of Trump, we have to also ask him, why didn't he send in the National Guard on January 6th? He's made it clear that he has a significant amount of power to send the National Guard anywhere he wants to. So I'm going to ask that simple question. Why didn't he deploy the National Guard on January 6th? Why would you leave the security of your protests up to your arch rival? There's probably no one in the political sphere that President Trump is more adversarial with than Nancy Pelosi. She's right up there with Hillary Clinton and probably Obama, maybe even worse. Why would you leave that up to her to provide security at your event if you can do it? That doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to say right off the bat, it should never have been given to Nancy Pelosi to begin with. If he was the commander-in-chief on January 6th, and he absolutely was, right on up to January 21st or something like that, he was the commander-in-chief. He was the president when that event took place. He should have just sent his own National Guard. He should not have been left up to Nancy Pelosi. He's made it clear he can do it. So the Nancy Pelosi argument doesn't hold weight now that we've seen several months of Trump 2.0. He has proven to us that he could have done that. So bringing up Nancy Pelosi to me is irrelevant at this point. Who was the commander-in-chief, says David Johnson? It was President Trump. On January 6th, President Trump still had approximately 2 weeks left as the president of the United States. He did, but Nancy and the mayor fought him. Don't you remember? Well, Terry, half of the country now is fighting him, and he's still sending the National Guard in places. So that argument holds no weight. I would also submit to you this. You're going to suggest that there were 250 some odd federal agents within the crowd instigating people? So if the federal government, the FBI, could be dispatched, once again, that was Trump's FBI on January 6th as well. Okay, you don't send in the National Guard, send in 200 agents to protect the protests. You got control of all of the wings of federal government. You could have had extra Capitol Police officers on staff. There is a myriad of things Trump could have done other than just leaving it up to Nancy Pelosi to deploy the National Guard. He has assets to deploy more Capitol Police. He could have pumped in another 100 Capitol Police officers. He could have pumped in a bunch of feds, ATF, DEA. All of that stuff is him. All of that stuff that he is using now, Homeland Security, all of that stuff he's using now, he could have used then. The Nancy Pelosi argument, it just doesn't hold weight. Pelosi said that she should have, because Trump wouldn't, so he twisted it around on her. Yeah, that nothing excuses Trump from not using Homeland Security, not using the FBI, not using the ATF, DEA, all of the entities he's using now to go to U.S. cities. He could have used them in D.C. All of those people could have been used. It's just no excuse. It doesn't hold weight. Let me go back to the box. It would have been an arguable point if we didn't have Trump 2.0. But now that we've had Trump in a second time, he's shown us what he could actually do. So, yeah, the argument about Nancy Pelosi, once he started doing all that, holds no weight whatsoever. Gates the grandma, you got called down. Was that your son?
Hey, honey buddy, my little fuck buddy. We fucked last night. Remember that, Tim? Those white people over here saying that me and you is fucking? I'm like, damn, Tim, me and you started to fuck.
I'm a virgin.
Damn, that felt it good, too. Hey, at least you you made me orgasm at least, hell. You feel me, Tim?
I'm a virgin.
Hey, pizza lover. You little maggot bitch. Don't ever come for my kids, honey. My kids are black excellence. They're in Ivy League medical school, bitch. You could never top that. So you want to come for me? You come for me. Don't ever bring my kids, because I'll have you hurt within 24 hours.
Okay, all right. Well, let's move on from
I
that.
don't take that shit.
Okay, you made your point. You made your point. Okay, gangster.
You fuck me all day fucking long. But my uncle is in the chat, and I'll tell you this: I will get you hurt.
Gangster, you've made your point. Let's get back to the topic on hand. You will take them out. We get it.
I would take them the fuck out.
Okay.
Don't ever get it. My uncle is right up in this bitch.
Now you're pointing out family members. Okay, so we're talking about President Trump. Does it appear as if the man is looking for war?
But of course, he's trying everything. He's trying everything to keep those Epstein files. He's trying everything. He's trying not to get us to vote in 26. He's trying everything. And we don't have no spine up in the damn Republican Party to stop his ass.
So you believe all of this is somehow connected to him not wanting the Epstein files to come out?
Hell yeah, because he's a pedo.
What do you I was going to ask, what do you think is in the files for him to do all of this?
What do you fucking think, Pookie? My little beloved fuck buddy that I had never.
Would you stop that?
Hey, that was funny though. You ain't gonna lie, I was just rolling. I was rolling too. I had to mute myself.
You know I'm celibate. I'm saving myself for Jesus.
Say Jesus? Damn, dude. You can't even get you no cuddy, buddy?
Well,
fuck, I couldn't do it, honey. I have to get those shit. I can't save myself. Good God forgive me, but honey, I gotta get me some dingalingy. I cannot be celibate like that. Hell to the fuck to the no.
Okay.
Chocolate dingaling is on my menu. You feel what I'm
listen, I'm happily in a long-term relationship with my hand, so let me go ahead. Not to stroke his ego, but you know.
I gotta have the fresh shit. I'm sorry, Jim. I gotta have the real shit. The toys don't make it that much. But anyway, let's get back to the topic. Yeah, that motherfucker is he lost his ever fucking loving mind. That motherfucker is he's really fucking up. I got caught a liar today on that white TV fucking live over here saying, oh, he's not gonna do shit to Nigeria. It's all over the place. He wants to strike him for what?
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
Mind your damn business.
Why do you think? Okay, because he's went from obviously obliterating quote unquote Iran. Now he's striking vessels off the coast of Venezuela. Now he's threatening to go into Nigeria, guns blazing.
And you don't think he's racist? Why is he not striking white countries?
Well, because
Can
maybe
I just ask you that. Why is he not striking Germany? Why is he not striking the white countries?
maybe it's because
the black and brown countries.
maybe it's because the white people are well behaved. It's the dark folks don't know how to act.
I know. Oh, get out. Oh, Lord. See, I'm trying to be Christian today.
What?
I don't give me no jingling, and I'm trying to be Christian today, and you're getting on your fucking knees already, drinking that uncooked fucking protein. I shit you not. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck? You think the white man is nice? They're the ones that are colonizers and shit. They ate our asses. I feel bad. I swear to God, Jay, if you ever have children, I don't understand. I just don't understand. I just don't.
What do you mean? Who are you saying? Who are you saying that you said quote unquote they hate our asses? Who are you referring to? And by the way, folks, tap the screen. Help your boy get up to that hat and mustache goal. Tap the screen.
Sorry, I'm cooking.
What?
What you say?
No,
I said I'm cooking.
you said that they hate us. Who are you referring to?
They hate us. The maggots do. Let me tell you something about the maggots, okay? They so big and bad. Like this morning, they tried to get me, but I tore their little white asses up. Let me tell you, they so big mad because black comes in every fucking shade. They hate that. They hate that you can have light-skinned black people. You can have the darkest of the beautiful dark-skinned people. You know what I mean? They hate us like that. They hate that we could go out in the sun and don't fucking burn. They hate it that we are fucking more educated than they fucking dumb asses. They hate us because we have more culture and they have to steal every damn thing. Okay? They hate us because we have R&B and they can't even do that fucking much. They steal everybody.
What?
They can't even fuck right.
They hate us because we have R&B music.
Well, what kind of white people got true R&B? Nothing. The only rapper that comes close to us is Eminem, but he brought up in the fucking hood, and he be riding with us black folks. You feel what I'm saying? But unfortunately, those motherfuckers
Come on now. We got Casey. Wait, hold on. We got Casey and the Sunshine Band. We got Hall and Oates. I mean, Rick Astley did this thing in the 80s. Come on now.
Really? You think that's fucking music? I'll be damned.
Rick Astley is one of the most.
They even stole country from us. Do you realize that country was black folks too? They stole everything from us, and then they be bitching. Well, why do you have a whole month to celebrate Black history? Because we have a lot of history. You feel what I'm saying? To good, to the bad,
I don't
to
know. I
R&B,
think
to everything. Why you don't think there's white history? Because when you bring up white history, you type it in white history, it's everything fucking negative. Every fucking damn thing is negative. And you cannot lie, you cannot fluff, and you get that uncooked meat up. You need to get some good.
Why would you say, wait a minute? Why the hell would you say everything about white history is negative? That's not true. No, it's not.
Name me what? They invented. You know, black folks invented shit, and they stole that too.
Okay, the ships that went across the Atlantic Ocean, were those invented by black people?
Yeah, it could have been.
No.
But no, and they sorry asses. They took us from there. What the fuck? They even stole us from a beautiful country and brought us to dumb fuck Egypt. And then made us slaves. And then, you know what? They didn't even like they damn white women then. They raped us and made kids with us. How sick is that?
I'm hearing, wait.
They did, but they don't. So that's why they don't even like their own damn fucking women. They want us.
Okay, when you're throwing this stuff out there, how do you respond to the fact that many of the folks that were in slavery were so into it by their own people, black people?
Let me tell you something about that, okay? Can we get to that? Because some of the dumb fucks, and they was dumb fucks, they sold them just to get the profit from it. That doesn't make it right, no. But they did it though. But the white man should have went over there and did it.
Yeah, but that means you can't just blame.
You know what the white man did? They came over here.
Thank you for that TikTok tip. Thank you.
They came to the Americas, tried to wipe up all the natives, okay? Gave them all kinds of JJs and salmonella, every damn thing, all those kind of diseases. And then the natives did try to be nice to their sorry asses. They did try.
But wait a minute. But you gotta hold everybody accountable. I mean, if blacks are selling their own people to slavery, why make it? You're making it sound like it's only the white people. Blacks were selling their own people.
That? Why do you always do that, you fucking Ray? Why do you do that?
Because it's a fact.
No, because listen to me. They was over there doing their own thing. They should have minded their fucking white tea ass business instead of taking their white tea ass to Africa to get some fine chocolate. You know what I mean? They couldn't even work for the damn stuff. They had to go get some fine chocolate. Kuma Tate? I don't even know his name. I shouldn't have said that bad.
I think you're trying to blame everything.
Rest in peace, baby. Rest in peace. I didn't mean to fuck up your name. I'm high as shit. You know what I mean?
I think you're trying to blame everything on the white man. The black.
It is the white man's fault.
No, black people.
We wouldn't have been over here. Well, you know what? We wouldn't have been over here if it wasn't the colonizers. Let's keep it a buck. Okay? The white man did not discover this country. The white man did not discover this country. Okay? The history books are lying. They did not. The Columbus did not discover the shit.
How
They do
about
not.
this, though? How about this? Some would suggest that, okay, listen, the white man may not have discovered the country, but he is the one that civilized the country and made it into the powerhouse it is today. What say you?
Are you fucking serious? You think that this is powerhouse? When we're the laughing stock? Like, we're the hyenas of the whole fucking country. Like, people think that we are dumb fucks.
Who is the
That
most? What country? You questioned in my powerhouse comment. What country is the most powerful country on earth? The wealthiest country on earth.
Now, all of our allies hate us. All of our allies hate us. Why do you fucking think that Canadians don't want to come bring their white tea asses over here? And they're fucking white. They don't want to come over here because they're true allies. They don't want to be around this garbage, disposable shit.
They're just
You know what I mean?
they're just temporarily.
Then you have then you know what's fucking the shittiest of the shittiest? Okay, you have white people telling natives of this land, the Mexicans, to go back to their fucking country. Well, bitch, this isn't even your fucking country. Take your white trailer trash ass and go bye-bye.
You know, some would suggest that the Canadians are just temporarily in their feelings. They'll come back. But listen to this. Cody Locke says slavery was normal back then. The United Kingdom and America were some of the first nations to actually abolish slavery. So do they get credit for
it
that?
was Haiti. It was Haiti. Get your facts straight.
Well,
it was Haiti.
Haiti
was free. Haiti was free before we was.
Because Haiti was an island.
Haiti, and let me tell you how fucked up that shit is. Haiti was free and had fucking money, okay? And then here comes the white, powerful United States, the white fucking people, fucked all their asses up. And now look at them. They're poor now. So fuck me with that shit. So when they come over here, we should bring them over here because we fucked their country up. Just like we fucked up Venezuela. Just like we fucked up all the other damn Mexican countries and all the Hispanic fucking countries. You know what I mean? But oh no, God fucking forbid we all let the damn white man fucking own up to the shit because they never do. Only did they damn fucking allies. Haiti was awesome. They had money and everything else. But no, they don't want you to know that, did they, Timmy Tim Tim?
Is it
You don't know that, do you, Timmy Tim Tim?
Is it possible that the leaders in Haiti also took part in selling out their own damn country?
They didn't sell it out. The Americans went over there and fucked it all up. I mean, you need to go do some real history. They didn't in the history books, they didn't tell you that white people ate us. See, they didn't tell you that.
What?
They didn't tell you that they stuck dogs on us and tried to have the dogs in the 60s try to eat us too. They didn't tell you that. They didn't tell you how fucking bad it is. They want to whitewash history. Why do you think they don't want us here so bad? Because we got more history than they white trade.
What the hell you mean? White? You sound like Trump with the cats and dogs. Well, you just throw out there that white people hate us. What are you talking about?
It's the fucking truth. You know what? Let me tell you something. See, my father and my mother, they told me the real story. They didn't tell me go to school and read the white history books and every damn thing else. You know what I mean? No, they didn't. You know what? I'm just so done with you. You were capping for the white man. I hope the dick feels good without the fucking lube. God like my dick. But at least I got the fucking lube, and he's not fucking my ass fucking over. You feel me?
What the hell?
Unlike you are a white man. I told you I took your fucking damn card from you. I took your black card. You are a disgrace. And then, you know what? When those white people told me I was fucking you, I cannot fucking trade her. I cannot. I don't give a fuck what color you ass is. I laughed at them when they said I was trying to fuck on you. Oh, I have a crush on you. Fuck that.
Because I'm speaking favorably to some things I think that Trump has done is correct, you call me a traitor?
What has Trump done to us that was fucking correct? Take our history out of our books. Tell us how, Juneteenth is overrated and we shouldn't have it. When motherfucker didn't even know what Juneteenth was. That's how dumb the motherfucker was. Huh?
Well, the man,
Is that doing good, Tim? Is it doing good? That he thought that slavery was a good damn thing. When the fuck was slavery good for us black folks?
I have never.
Our ancestors.
You're attributing.
Good for them. They got beat. They got raped. They got eaten. They got beyond fucking beaten. They had to breastfeed baby kids.
You're attributing things that Trump never said slavery was good.
His what's that damn thing? The one that dresses like a bitch and has eyeliner on. What's his name? What's his name?
The vice president.
He's fucking on another fucking woman at the moment. What's his name?
J.D. Vance Vice President Vance is not cheating on his wife. Stop that.
Oh, honey, I can't tell. He was wrapped around that white woman while he had another fucking woman, his bitch up in there, and then told her that she should be doing Christianity.
JD Vance is
drama
a
too.
JD
That's
Vance,
some drama shit too.
Vice
See, that's all
President,
white shit.
Vice President
That's all
Vance.
some damn white
No.
shit right there.
Vice
That's all some
President,
fucking white shit.
Vice President Vance is a happily married man. You need to stop
Yeah,
that.
halfway my fucking ass wrapped around another fucking white cheese bitch that was sucking on something else too, huh? Yeah, that's really is. See, do you see how you be fluffing, Tim? You see how you be caping? You can't name me one fucking policy that motherfucker did for us. You can't. All he's doing is drama, fucking drama. You know what else he's fucking doing that's fucking cruel? He's taking EBT from babies, from fucking seniors and vets, when the money is fucking right up in that bitch, and all he has to do is tell the asses to release it. Our taxpayer money, not his sorry ass taxpayer money.
Maybe hold on a second. Maybe if you actually would open your eyes, you would realize the damn Democrats are part of this too. They're the ones that are voting no.
You need to shut the fuck up. No, you're fixing to have me go to prison forever. That's you a ninja for real.
Why I gotta be a ninja?
You a house ninja for real.
Why I gotta be
You're
a
gonna
ninja?
You're gonna have me go. You think I'm bad now? I'm supposed to go straight for get on your ass and call you everything but your mama. You feel what I'm saying?
Patty Brown in the comments. You realize Patty Brown in the comments says people like you are the problem. Says people like
And
her
you
are the
kiss my
problem.
black ass too. So I'm telling absolutely fucking truth. He has the power to release those EBT. You know what I mean? He has it. We have it. How much money is in that fucking thing? It could last for 3 fucking years. 3 fucking years. But you know what? Oh, hell no. You know what he's doing? Oh, no. We got to keep that to not defeat him because that's all he has. That's all he has.
Are you going to hold it? But are you going to hold the damn Democrats accountable for voting no? Though they can, the Democrats can join the Republicans, open this shit up immediately.
Shut the fuck up. Oh God, shut the fuck up, you house ninja. You want to get the whips after you too? Yes, master. Yes, master. Huh? Get that cock out your damn mouth. It's unappealing to your ugly ass. Unappealing.
I think you're trying your best not to hold the Democrats accountable for their part.
They stopped it because, you know, when you fuck somebody over the first time, you think they're going to come back and get fucked over again? No. The so-called maggots lied to they fucking asses and said, we don't negotiate. They didn't negotiate for 7 goddamn months. So then the Democrats said, hold the fucking phone. We ain't going to go there, honey, y'all. Stop. They stopped it, okay? And they stopped it. They didn't get no fucking votes for the Dems. Because why? Because the ACA is going to go through the fucking roof. And you know what? That's the irony of the shit. Most of the ACA is going to help the maggots. But you know who's not fighting for them? It's their own fucking Republican Party. They don't give a fuck if they have cancer and they get kicked off and they cannot go get treatment or anything else. They can't, because if they lose the ACA, they go back to the old shit. They will not get find coverage. Do you know how fucked up that was before?
I think you're going a bit far. By the way, Cody Locke said, hold on.
Go get educated. Then come back and talk to me.
Okay, by the way, speaking of being educated, Cody Locke says, no, the United Kingdom was the first one that led a crusade to slowing down the slave trade. Quit lying, lady, he says. In other words, he's talking about you.
Shut the fuck up. You need to kiss my ass, too, and I got a nice one. And it claps fucking back, too, okay? Shut the fuck up.
All right. You said mint shut down. I see you there, Cody Lux. Listen, let me ask you this before I move it on from you. Is it wrong to call Trump a king? Why the hell are people calling him a king?
You know what? He's trying to be a king, but he can't even be that fucking right, okay? He's so dumb. You know what, he's trying his best. And you know what the maggots do? You know how bad the fucking maggots so far up the ass, they get fucked without lube and up at the ass? That he's doing a ballroom, that the maggots will never go to his table. We'll never see that fucking ballroom. You feel what I'm saying? Doing ugly shit to a bathroom in there. Not worried about hungry babies, okay? Hungry babies going without food this weekend. Because there really are legit people out there that truly depend on the EBT. I'd rather have my fucking money, my $37 a fucking year, go to them instead of having $608 going to goddamn billionaires, his fucking sorry ass. Okay? But see, that's how uneducated he be saying they are. They believe every goddamn thing. Now they're going to fuck around and find out. And I feel bad for the kids. I don't feel bad for them going hungry. I feel bad for the babies that they deserve this fucking shit. And guess what? We went to court. Monday, the judge, he's going to get that he has to release the funds. And you know what? I got a sneaky little fucking feeling because he's a whole fucking bitch. His mama should have aborted him and swallowed his ass.
I gotta go.
Hold on.
Real quick, really quick.
We won in the court, and the judge wants the payments to go out on Monday. Now he's going to try anything to find it. How fucked up is that?
Let's see how it turns out. Gangsta Grandma, appreciate you coming on. She took away my black card. I lost my black card, but I ended up becoming some kind of a ninja in exchange. I mean, does that mean I know martial arts? Am I a good samurai, a ninja? Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 50,000. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You know how the program is ran. You don't check. Do I even need to tell you we don't censor after that? Do I even need to tell you we don't block, ban, or censor? Everybody's welcome on the program. We go left of Bernie Sanders to till I'm having dinner with Q. Everybody gets to speak. So understand. How about this? We go left of Mom Donnie all the way over to I'm having dinner with Q. Everybody gets to speak regardless of your political affiliation. You can be critical of anyone on this program, including yours truly. Unspoken love is giving kisses to Gangsta Grandma, my last caller. I see Fentanyl says, man, she's wound up tight. That was my last guess. Real quick before we continue on, thank you guys for tapping the screen. Help your boy get that hat mustache goal. I have to solicit that. It helps the program out. Tap the screen on TikTok. Get us on up to 55,000. And I see Rosemar 771 says, love Gangsta. Tap the screen. Get your boy likes up to 55,000. Feel free to help your boy out with that TikTok. Already at that hat mustache go. Lady has such insane levels of Trump derangement syndrome. She has to lie about history and the family of the vice president. She can't even admit that the Democrats do anything wrong. She is in a cult, says Cody Locke's production in regards to my last caller. Wow, that's a mouthful. Trump derangement syndrome. You hear that often. I get told I have it. One caller tells me that I lost my black card and I am a house ninja. I get a MAGA caller on here that tells me I have an acute case of Trump derangement syndrome and I hate America. You can't win when you run a program where everybody gets to speak. Nevertheless, I love my callers. I love hearing from you folks. Looking in the comments, I can't pronounce the name, but somebody says she told the truth. Trump hasn't done anything for poor people. Says Johnny, I think that says, or Mike rather, John Mike. Trump hasn't done anything for poor people. How about the notion that securing the border prevents illegal immigrants from taking quote unquote black jobs? So those are jobs that lower income people could be working if it wasn't for all of the illegal immigrants coming in the country. I'm just giving you a few things to talk about. Under the law, you have to have a phone number, says Trey. I don't know you guys are talking about some. Man, you should start making long form videos for the channel. You blow up. Siamese, we've tried that. I got to figure out the algorithm. I've got to figure out the algorithm going because I don't know how. For some reason, my the live streams get pretty good participation. The long form videos do not, so we haven't done it as much. Going back to the box though, we'll continue on. I don't know what I just hit there, but 4 times chaos. Good evening, Mr. Chaos. Welcome to the program.
Is my mic on?
Loud and clear. I can hear you really well.
Well, you need to, if you don't got an X account, that long form video do really well over there. That was extremely entertaining, whatever just happened.
Really? Well, all of my videos are archived. Go ahead.
Get on X, follow everyone, follow left, follow right. You get both sides of it. I'm America first. I shouldn't even have to say that. But going back to your topics, Nigeria.
Yeah.
I think our country's the humility factor is missing completely.
What do you mean?
Well, first off, 35 people are dying a day in Nigeria.
Okay.
And one gentleman was talking about sending MEGA to the moon without spacesuits. The MEGA, Make America Great Again, is Make America Great Again.
But wait, hold on. How does defending Christians in Nigeria make this country great again?
Okay, so here it is. If everybody's being so triggered on Trump's hyperbolic capitalized letters, he's only going at the economic factor. He's putting pressure on that country's government to take care of their own actions. Right now, we send them $1.2 billion. So if we're going to say we're going to stop paying you, they're going to have to handle that themselves.
That's not what he said, though, sir. That's not.
I understand. But if you follow the patterns, he's using all the economic power to make people do the right thing.
He's not using economic power in Venezuela. He's using bombs.
That's in maritime. That's people bringing stuff into our country.
He's not. Well, how do we know?
What's the actual death rate?
Wait a minute. How do you know that people being killed or bringing stuff in our country? How do you know that?
Well, what do you think the intelligence agencies are doing?
The same intelligence agencies that told us. Wait a minute.
So you saying
wait a minute. The same intelligence. Wait. The same intelligence agencies that told us Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. Do you trust your government?
No. So, seeing I am a Gulf War era soldier, I totally did not agree with any reason why we're over there. That right there was probably the biggest false flag. We went into a country, removed the only stable dictator in the region that would keep the Sunni and Shia correct, keep them aligned correctly. We got rid of.
Some would say we were about to go remove a dictator. What is his name? Maduro in Venezuela. Some would say we're trying to do that all over again.
Yeah, I think we're. I think the pressure's on. It's not going to happen. Listen. He's right now with Trump. His record for peace right now is out exceeding anything to be considered a warmonger.
Well, okay, we know he quote unquote obliterated, if you listen to him, obliterated Iran's facilities. He's talking about taking Gaza and making He's talking about taking Gaza and making it the Riviera of the Middle East. He's talking about taking Greenland. He's talked about Canada being the 51st state. He's talked about making the Panama Canal ours again. Obviously, we're talking about Venezuela and Nigeria now. Is this really promoting peace?
It's hyperbolic. And it is pushing people. And well, hold on a second. Let's handle Iran real quick. Mm-hmm. You look of age. You look maybe.
I'm an old ass man. Yes.
You're half a century strong.
And some. Yes.
How many waking hours of your life did we have to hear that Iran was going to be a threat?
I think America is going to say any country that it doesn't like is going to be a threat to give us plausible excuses to go. And we said Vietnam was a threat. I mean, we said that about every country. Now, all of a sudden, it's becoming Nigeria. We had an issue when Elon Musk was at the helm. We were saying that South Africa was a threat. We just find countries that have no ability to fight back and come up with an excuse why they're a threat. Let me say, I'll let you continue. I'm not going to limit your time, but I'll say it like this. To me, America comes across as like the largest linebacker in high school, walking down the hallway in the school, getting in fights all the time, saying people are always threatening to hurt him. Like, you're the biggest dude in the school. People are not fucking with you like that. America is a superpower, and we're the number one country on earth that is always complaining about people are trying to mess with us, and it's always these little peon countries. Does that actually sound believable?
Yeah, so you're kind of putting all the current administrations into one nutshell.
I'm saying since World War II, we've been doing that. Ever since we became the superpower, we have always said somebody is messing with us.
You're not going to get an argument from me because that's true. And in previous under Trump, he was surrounded by handpicked cabinet members. So anything Trump tried to do or was trying to do, they were like, no, we're going to do this, right? So if you go prior to Trump's administration, that's where you put the blame on. And then we go back, and then when he loses the election in 2020, the last 4 years was where Hillary was supposed to have been. We was accelerated. Obama put us into, I'm talking about America right now. He put us in accelerated decline, and Hillary was supposed to take over, and we'd have been on a democratic socialist of America.
Here's the issue
right now. One more thing. I think the segue with Nigeria is sending the message that the foreign terrorist organizations, one's called the the Muslim Brotherhood, they're going to be on the list, right? They've already got Antifa. They're trying to put America, realign America back to America First values and restore the American dream. That's where we're at.
Give me what is he doing to restore the American dream? Wait a minute. Let's have a conversation. You're saying, wait, you're covering too much ground. I can't. You're talking on and on. I can't respond to every. You're adding too much. Go ahead and make your point.
I was going to say, there was a statement in there that Trump's done nothing for poor people.
Yeah.
The tariffs, the TDS also is tariff derangement center too. Those tariffs are paying for women, infant, and children right now.
Based on what information?
Look it up. Look it up. Just look it up. Just go and type it in and see how WIC's being paid for right now.
How was it being paid for before the tariffs?
It would be through the government.
All right, so where's that money going? If you're not using that money for WIC, then where's all that money going to now?
Well, right now, if you listen to our legislative branch, there's no money to be carrying the government, correct? They have to approve the funds to fund the government. So there's no funds to pay for WIC right now because it hasn't been approved. You have to. Well, I don't know what source you're reading, but you need to watch. And
I haven't heard.
How is WIC being paid for currently right now?
If they're not receiving it, ain't being paid for.
Just look into it. I'm telling you.
I have not heard anybody. I'm just going to tell you this. Outside of MAGA, even some folks like Charles Payne and folks that are on Fox News, I have not heard of any of them suggesting that the tariffs are making America money. They're making it clear that the citizens are paying for that. Yeah, it's bringing money into the government, but that money is coming from you and I. We're literally paying the federal government. It's not coming from foreign entities like the Trump administration is saying. You are paying higher for goods and services. I am. That's when they brag that they're getting a bunch of money from the tariffs. Yeah, because it's coming from the citizens.
So you have to. If you're not following it, just start following some of the cabinet members. Go on the X and follow some of the cabinet members. You'll see exactly the language. And also, by the way, the comments are saying I'm high. I don't smoke. I don't take any medications.
You're calm. I don't mind it. Listen, my last caller admitted she was high. I don't give a damn about that. You're entitled.
I think hers was laced with something. That was really hyper. I've never seen a hyper high before.
Listen, I let the people speak, but let me ask you something.
You and I have talked before. I try to jump in and listen every once in a while. I enjoy what you're doing.
Thank you.
You tightrope on both sides. Go to the right, go to the left. I like it.
And I get my ass kicked from both sides, as you may be able to tell.
Just listen. Get on X. Start recording these videos. Put them on there. You'll become a hit. I enjoy it.
I'll give that a go because I am on X already. For any of you folks that use X, the handsome liberal, I have done a couple lives on X. I didn't see it taking off. But if the key is to follow everybody, because I don't use X. I'm also on Truth Social as well, the Handsome Liberal, and Rumble. So any of you who have those platforms.
Is your handle Handsome?
Yeah.
What is
the Handsome Liberal is on all platforms.
I might be following you. I'll start pushing it.
I'll go ahead and take your advice and see, because I would love to get more MAGA on the program. So I will absolutely give that a go. So, but the tariffs, you and I disagree, but I'll go ahead and move it on, Chaos. Appreciate you coming on. Come on back anytime. My door's always open to you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for the tip, too. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Handsome conservative with the galaxy. I haven't seen one of them in so damn long. I was about to call Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. JoJo says, don't know shit. Be nice to the guests. I just know that one of the judges was an Obama judge that voted no on it, but at the same time, let me just say this. Before President Trump came along, you didn't hear every single judge being addressed by who appointed them. I mean, what are we suggesting, that every judge that is fair only can be appointed by the right? I mean, so all of a sudden, if a bunch of right-wing judges rule in Trump's favor, those are unbiased judges. But when somebody rules against them, then that's a bias. So in other words, it's only fair if I get the ruling I want. That we got to get away from that. I mean, listen, just because Obama appointed a judge don't mean the judge is unfair. You wouldn't want that said about Trump appointed judges. And a lot of liberals do say that too. So I just want to make folks understand that Trump started that shit. Every judge that gets appointed that rules against him, well, that's an Obama appointed judge or that's a Biden appointed judge. That's disrespectful to the fucking judge. That's suggesting that anybody that is appointed by Biden does not have the capability of being fair and balanced, and everybody appointed by Trump does. That is an insult to the judges themselves, which could lead to more judges ruling against them for being so damn disrespectful. Lower court Fed judges have no ability to rule what the executive branch can or can't do. That's for the Supreme Court. No, Cody, I don't totally agree with you there. I do agree that the Supreme Court has the end say, but the lower court judges, when they give their ruling, that counts until you appeal it, get a result from the appeal, and if you have to go up to the Supreme Court, then. But until you get a ruling from an appeals court or from a Supreme Court, that lower court judge's rule matters. I totally disagree with you on that. Only when Trump came along, every single ruling has to be addressed by the Supreme Court. That ain't how it normally is. The fact is, the Supreme Court turns down a lot of people's court cases. A lot of shit, they just say, we're not even going to hear it. Trump came along and all of a sudden the Supreme Court should address every single thing he's involved in. That ain't how it normally works. That's why a lot of folks are pissed off. Thank you, Unspoken. Yeah, appreciate the hat mustache, Unspoken love. But that's why a lot of folks on the right are pissed off. Some of my beloved MAGA are pissed off that you had 60 judges rule against Trump when he was saying the election was stolen. Well, they didn't hear his case or all this. They don't have to. They can listen to what's presented to them in state. There's not enough evidence here. I mean, that's what judges do to Americans all the damn time. I don't know why Trump should get special provisions. Supreme Court, Appeals Court, they turn down cases all the time. Trump comes along and people demand everything he presents, you must listen to it. That ain't how the courts work. You don't make special provisions for him. You remember, he's not a king, right? Let's keep that narrative. He's not a king. Cody says, I say it's about time someone defends Christians being persecuted. You have the Armenian Christian genocide, then Nigerian Christian genocide, yet the media is silent on these, but the waterworks for Hamas. Yeah, but we didn't do shit for Hamas. People cried about it. You didn't have no military going over there. Trump is threatening to do something about what's going on. Listen, I don't know if it's our business to go in another country. And isn't this why we went in Iraq after the whole weapons of mass destruction turned out to be a lie? It turned into Saddam Hussein is killing his own people. Isn't this the same thing that Barack Obama threatened the leader of Syria? If you keep using chemical biological weapons, we're gonna draw a red line. Obama didn't follow through, but at some point, isn't it our dude? Whatever happened to America first? That's what I'm getting at. President Trump. We had all of these conversations with MAGA, and I'll go back to the box shortly. Tap the screen, get us on up to 70,000. You can make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy. Smash that like button if you're on YouTube or Instagram. But President Trump campaigned on it was going to be America first. We're going to get out of overseas conflicts. We're going to stop wasting our money and resources on this shit. He became president, and he's just getting involved in overseas shit nonstop. He's doing it worse than Biden was. I thought Biden was wrong for giving money or weapons to the Ukraine. Trump has got an office in 7-8 countries he's talking about. Nonstop. He's only been in office for like 9 months. We've actually struck Iran, boats off the coast of Venezuela. We're looking like we're going to start hitting land targets in Venezuela. Now he's threatening Nigeria. What the fuck? What happened to America first? When does America first become a reality? That's what I'm asking, because I'm not seeing that. Judges have never been partisan, though. True. There are exceptions. The rules, also the Supreme Court rules, lower courts can't do university injunctions anymore, so you're wrong. I'm just going to say that if the lower courts rule against you, that ruling is legit until you get an appeals court to do otherwise. That's the way it works. Trump came along and Trump pretty much said the courts can't do shit until I get to my people in the Supreme Court. The way Trump is doing things is not the way it has been traditionally done. Trump is the first president to come along that is essentially saying fuck the courts. They told him with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they've proven that he did things that were against court order. After getting the order, just did what he wanted to do. And he's the first president that's kind of saying fuck the courts. Because at the end of the day, what can they really do? I mean, if Trump doesn't abide by the courts, what is Pam Bondi going to prosecute him? Even if the courts order some kind of sanctions against Trump or his administration, you know, let's say, for instance, his border czar Tom Homan does something he's not supposed to do. Trump is going to squash that shit. So Tom Homan can pretty much do whatever the hell he wants. Trump is not going to let the guy get in any serious trouble. Looking in the comments, now, Uncle Ruckus, you know that you have to obey the white man and his courts. And, of course, white Jesus. Let me go back to the box. Who was white Jesus? James Berry. Who is white Jesus? Let me know who that is. Going back to the box, Takesha Bowie, good evening. Welcome to the program. That's exactly what piece of shit fascists do, says Chris Thomas. I'm just letting you know. You can make the decision. Takesha, good evening.
What's up, Tim? How you doing today?
Same as always, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. What's going on with you?
Well, you look like Jesse with that town. What you had Usher Boy meeting today? You sung in the #1 choir?
Operation Push, Keep Hope Alive, 1980.
Yeah, I know you did. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Why are people calling our president a king?
Who called him that?
I mean, there are so many people calling him a king that he's having to go on television and say, I'm not trying to be a king.
Oh, he King Nebuchadnezzar, but I don't know nothing about that now.
You said he's what?
King Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible. That's who he is, King Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay. Explain that story. I'm not up on that.
That's who Donald Trump is. We built that 900 square feet ballroom. Nebuchadnezzar built a 90 feet statue of himself. You know, he wanted everybody to bow down to him. You know, he just like Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible.
What has Trump done? And I see somebody in the comments, Loving Bird says, no, he is not King Nebuchadnezzar. I don't know enough about the Bible.
Yes, he is, Tim. That man don't even know who Nebuchadnezzar is. Go ahead, Tim.
I'm just curious. Now you got me wanting to do some homework. Give me some comparisons that you're suggesting that Trump has with this king in the Bible.
Okay. Nebuchadnezzar wanted everybody to bow down to him, right?
You think Trump wants that?
Absolutely. He wanted to be loved by everybody. If things didn't go right in his palace, he ordered folks to be unalived.
That's what King Nebuchadnezzar did. That king ordered people to be unalived if things didn't go right.
Yeah.
And you think Trump would do that?
He did. He ordered folks to be fired and stuff that don't agree with him and all that. Come on, Tim, let's be for real.
But you don't think Trump would order the taking of American lives simply out of disagreement, do you?
Tim, that man just blowing up boats and don't even know who on them. I don't put anything past on Trump.
But I'm being told the boats are bringing dangerous narcotics into our border.
Tell the name one person that was on it.
Well, we know
they
something.
Can't give you one name of anybody that was on that boat, Tim.
So do you really believe that Trump is just killing innocent people for no reason at all?
Yes.
Why? Why would he do that?
Because he think he got all the power.
Well, some would say he is the most powerful man on earth, but just because he's powerful don't mean he has to go around.
He's not the most powerful man on earth, Tim.
Who is? Xi Jinping?
The only way people get power is if you give it to them. Everybody ain't relinquished their power to Donald Trump. Y'all keep making it seem like this man is untouchable, invincible. He's not, Tim. He's a human being just like everybody else. He get up and put his pants on one leg at a time just like you do. There is nothing spectacular about Donald Trump.
Shit, for all we know, he may have somebody putting his pants on one leg at a time. He's that powerful.
Not yet.
I don't know. I disagree with you. I think he is the most powerful man on earth. I would like to know. I would like for you to give me a name of somebody else who would surpass him.
The greatest believer in Christ.
The Pope?
No, that the Pope is not a believer. Come on, that team. Let's be for real.
I'm just trying to figure out what you're getting at here, because I don't see why you're suggesting that he is not the most powerful man on earth.
He's not, Tim. He's not. See, me and you will never agree upon this because you don't have a spiritual eye. You see stuff in the natural. I see stuff in the spiritual.
Well,
so you and I definitely won't agree on that at all.
I don't disagree with your explanation. However, if you say he's not the most powerful man on earth, you should be able to name who you believe has more power than him, and you're not giving me any.
Me.
Okay. All right. Now we going. Okay.
I have. The Lord told me that if I want a mountain to be moved, I got the power to say move mountain and it'll be moved. Oh. If I claim it in the name of the Lord. Anyway, Tim, let's be for real now.
Do you believe go ahead.
Huh?
No, I was going to ask, do you see, because the whole purpose of the show is the question whether President Trump is quote unquote looking for war. Do you see any possibility or any validity to that?
Absolutely.
Why? Why would he do that?
Why are you going over there? Why are you going in Nigeria? Why are you bothering them folks? What them folks did to him?
Well, he's claiming that they're over there persecuting Christians, taking the lives of innocent Christians.
How long has Christians been persecuted?
Probably since the beginning of Christianity.
Okay, since the beginning of time. So what happened to his first term? He didn't think they was getting persecuted then?
Maybe he
tried to do that about it then.
Was it happening then? Maybe he didn't know about it.
Absolutely. Tim, it never stopped. It's been going on since the inception of the world. Christians have always been persecuted. David, before he became Saul, persecuted the church, and that was before Jesus came. So yes, it's been going on, Tim. This is the excuse that Donald Trump is using just so he can go over there and bother the folks all.
So you believe this is actually a resource grab?
Yes. Tim, let me explain something to you, and I'm gonna put it to you just like this. If Donald Trump truly had the heart, even though he say he's not, if he truly had the heart of and for Christians, SNAP would not be off. If he truly had a heart and for the people, he wouldn't do all this payback. If Trump truly had a heart and had a heart for the Christian and had a heart of a Christian, none of the stuff he would do, Tim.
You're suggesting that our president, our current commander-in-chief, is heartless?
The Lord has hardened his heart.
I don't know. I mean, heartless?
The Lord has hardened his heart.
What about the possibility that the Democrats, with all of these witch hunts, are what is hardened?
The Lord has hardened his heart.
Why would the Lord harden the heart of the most powerful man on earth?
That's what he did to the kings that did the people bad back in the days. He hardened their hearts. And that's what's going on now.
You almost make it sound like the deity has intentions of banishing Trump to hell or something like that.
Didn't you hear that man say he wasn't going to heaven?
Yeah, but he don't really know.
God already know that.
The Lord may touch his soul. Have mercy on his soul.
Listen, the man's heart is hardened. I'm telling you. Tim, let's just be for real. You know you got the power because you say you're the most powerful man to keep these snaps on because you know people got to eat.
Okay.
And in your heart, you say, forget that. Because there's more Democrats on federal assistance than Republicans.
Is that true, though?
I don't know. Somebody said he said that, but I didn't hear it. I can't lie on him. But that's the way he acted. When he said, I'm going to cut all Democrat programs.
Yeah, he did say that.
That Republicans don't like. So basically, you thinking that the Democrats are the only people that are on this assistance.
Well, he did indeed indicate that he was going to be targeting Democratic programs. He's made no qualms about he said he hates Democrats, so he's been pretty clear on that.
And you mean to tell me a person with a heart for God can stand up and say they hate a people?
Well, listen, the Democrats claim to be Christians, and a lot of folks on the right say the Democrats hate America.
Let me say this, Tim. The Lord ain't told us to love America. He didn't. He didn't tell us to love America. Because America gonna have a great fall. Because we have become too, we're not empathetic towards people. We're prideful. We don't care. America's gonna have a great fall. The Bible never told us to love the country we live in.
I wish I could disagree with that. I'm not very religious, but I do agree we don't give a shit about poor people. I actually do agree with that. That is the way this country is ran, is that we're kind of all for self.
They don't care, because guess what? It's all about them. As long as they good, they okay. It don't matter who's suffering. They always want to talk about.
Are the Democrats any better though?
Tim, I said they.
So us all. So in other words, us all basically.
Remember when I told you this, Tim? I said, you got some Democrats who are Democrats, but they don't believe in everything the Democrats believe in. You got some Republicans who are Republicans, but they don't believe in everything the Republicans believe in, because Republicans think they're these great Christians, but you got atheists that are Republican. So they don't believe in God, so they can't be a Christian. You got Democrats where some believe in your choice. You make your own choice, and you got some that's against it. So you got different people in.
So let me take it this way.
Party.
So let me take it this way. Getting away from the biblical nature of this. 3 more years we have of Trump. 3+ years. What do you expect in America to become? We got about a little bit over 3 years left.
No, we don't.
What the hell?
I already told you. No, we don't.
We have until 2029, January 2029. What are you trying to tell me?
Don't.
What are you trying to tell me?
I done already told you that J.D. Vance is already gearing up to take Trump's place. They're gonna push him out, and then J.D. Vance gonna take over. You see how him and Erica Kirk are already making alliances. She had them pants on tighter than a virgin, and was holding.
What kind of alliance are you indicating that Vance and Erica Kirk are making?
She gonna be the vice president wife, because he gonna get rid of Usha. Yeah, she got to go.
You really believe that Vance? Erica's going to become Erica Vance, the first? You really believe they're actually trying to do this?
If you think that those people from the Heritage Foundation is going to accept Usha Vance as the first lady of these United States, and she don't even believe in Christianity, you have lost your man.
So it's a religious thing. No. Well, I mean, Trump is not.
They call themselves the white nationalists, and you're gonna find out just how Christian nationalists they are.
Well, they say Christian nationalists, not white nationalists.
Yeah, you're gonna find out, but they're just white nationalists. Ain't nothing Christian about these folks. Just drop the Christian and call them white nationalists. Tim. They ain't got no. Tell me some Christian that they doing. That ain't one thing.
Well, they confessing their love for God. They're saying they're God-fearing.
That ain't. The Bible said my name was on their lips, but their heart are far from me. Give me something that showed you that make it seem. Well, let me ask you this question, and then I'm gonna leave it alone. You kind of know the story about Jesus when he fed the 5,000, right?
Yeah, I do know that one. That's you're way above my knowledge in terms of biblical. You know way more about.
Did he go through the crowd? Did he go through the crowd and say, "Hey, do you belong over here? Let me see your citizenship papers."
No.
Why you ain't bring your? Did he say why you ain't bring your own lunch? You knew you had to eat. Pull them scraps up on your sandals, because you think you gonna get into this fish and these 5 loaves that I done worked hard for. Oh no, you ain't finna get none of this. If you listen, forget that. I ain't finna feed you, because you should have been prepared.
No, the Jesus I was brought up. Yeah, he was not lacking. MAGA lacks empathy. I agree with you there.
Sympathy is gone, and that's one thing Christ had. One thing Christ didn't do, and I'm gonna get through with this. He did not condemn the sinner man. He condemned the Pharisees, which were the people that were supposed to be his followers. And I'm gonna leave it at that, Tim. He didn't condemn the sinner man. He condemned the ones that said they knew him.
Wow. All right, Takesha, strong stuff. Above my knowledge scope, but I do, from what I see coming from MAGA.
Go read a study on King Nebuchadnezzar and send me an inbox and say, you damn right. Because that's what you going to say.
I'll see what I can do.
All right, Tim.
Appreciate it, Takesha. Always a pleasure. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get us on up to 80 thou, Thou. Get your boy on to 80. Lower courts are not equal to the three branches of government. That's a fallacy pushed by the left. Huh? You say lower courts are not equal to the three branches of government. That's a fallacy pushed by the left. The lower courts are part of one of the branches, Cody. Judicial, legislative, and executive. The lower courts are part of the judicial branch. The lower courts, the appeals court, and the Supreme Court. That's part of the judicial branch. What do you mean they're not equal? You have to explain a little bit more. They're part of one of them. Real quick though, as a Christian, he is not a ballroom. So you're saying Trump is not a Christian? A ballroom is not equal to a stature of himself. Rams ordering people to bow to him. Ladies, stop using Bible verses to push a lie. Like I said, this is above my pay grade or my knowledge, but wasn't Trump caught on a hot mic? You guys let me know. I could probably go on YouTube and find it out, or locate the video. But wasn't he caught on a hot mic stating that he would like for his people to bow for him as well? I don't know which country he was in, but because listen, he's been to Hungary, he's been to North Korea, he's been to some of these countries where the people are required to show not only allegiance, but I don't know, to honor the leader of those countries. In America, you're not required to do that. If the presidential limo goes down the street, you can actually give it the middle finger. You do that in North Korea, they're going to chop your finger off, and you'd be happy to only have that happen to you. So I believe he did state, being caught on a hot mic, that he would like for his people to have to stand and bow or something. So he did say that, Cody. He did say something similar to that. So when you say that as a Christian, he is not, you say a ballroom is not equal to a statue of himself, ordering people to bow to him. I mean, he got caught on a hot mic saying that he would like for that to happen. I don't think it will, because it's going to take time for that to happen. He moves fast, but Father Time is something he can't avoid. In my opinion, Trump's more like Saul, a sinner used by God to further his plan. Oh, Takesha, I wish you were on here to hear that, because I don't know enough about Saul, but one of my viewers says that President Trump is more like Saul, a sinner that God is using to further his plan. And listen, when I went to a Trump, like I said, I always say I've been to 2 Trump rallies. Well, one of them in particular, I did have a Trump supporter when we were in line. You're in line 4 or 5 hours waiting to get in, and I'm in line talking to some of the other folks, and he did say that God sent Trump to protect this country and make it better. So that particular patron that was going in the rally with me, I'm sure he probably would have agreed with your Saul comparison. God is teaching America a lesson with this godless leader, says Double Up. Yikes. Yikes. Send me that video S1000 or 100. I like to see it. Ladies should take her own advice. The Bible never said it's the government's job to take care of the less fortunate. That's for individuals and churches to do, not a government. I don't know. Like I said, you could mince words on that. I personally believe there are certain things the government should do for its people. If I dial 911, the government should send me somebody to aid me, whether it's an ambulance, a police officer, firefighter, whatever. I mean, the government can say it's not my job to take care of you. You should get your neighbor to help you put that fire out, or call the police and protect yourself. It's not my job. So it depends on where you draw the line. I mean, the government is required to give your child an education, for instance, public school. It's not my job to educate your child. Go get your neighbor to teach your kid what he needs to know. You can really take that and go a lot of different directions with it. You can go. I personally believe that if you want a strong, educated workforce maintaining people's health and things like that should be part of it, making sure people are educated. That's why a lot of countries are getting further ahead of us in some of the technological fields and in medicine, is because they focus more on education than we do. We're telling our citizens it's not our job to make sure you're educated. It should be optional. Well, if it's optional, some people are not going to do it. And that's why those countries are leaving us behind in those areas. And same thing with health. Wealthiest country on earth with our life expectancy and infant mortality rate is terrible for a country of our stature, because we're not helping the people out. We're telling them, it's not our job to take care of you. It's not our job to make sure you're healthy. Well, then people fall by the wayside. You need those people for a healthy military, a healthy workforce, and things like that. You need them. So I don't know. I think you could draw the line somewhere up in there, but I do believe that if it's working in a host of, I think, in fact, when it comes to social programs, and I'll go back to the box and tap the screen, get us on up to 80,000. When it comes to social programs, I think America, in terms of first world countries, is probably barely in the middle. We might be closer to the bottom. Almost all civilized first world countries give their citizens health care. Many of them pay for advanced education that we don't do. Retirement is treated better. I mean, they treat their citizens better in a lot of those areas, but they don't have all the millionaires and billionaires that we do. So the money comes from somewhere. There is a passport to heaven. Its name is Jesus Christ. You are not allowed in heaven with believing he died for our sins. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the Lord. And through me, you get into heaven. I'm kind of sounding like Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction reading this, but I'm not going to kill anybody at the end of it. Okay, all right, listen, I don't disagree with any of this. There is a passport to heaven. Its name is Jesus Christ. You are not allowed in heaven you're not allowed in heaven with believing he died for it, without believing he died for our sins, is what you're trying to say. Yes, true. Jesus said, I am the way. Okay, I've heard that. Now, that part I can agree with. Okay, fair enough. And you're not leaving me, because the rest of that shit you guys were over my head. Let me go back to the box. And my last caller, Cody, says, amen, I agree. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, here's another. You guys are killing it. You guys are really coming straight out of the book. Mr. Winkle is quoting scripture here. He says, when a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself. You were foreigners in Egypt. And that has a lot of relevance to the suggestion that we came here, took over this land from the Native Americans, and now we're treating anybody else that comes here as foreigners and doing the exact opposite of what Mr. Winkle posted. But that statement, coming straight out of the good book, if you are in favor of some of the things we're doing to illegal immigrants, like deporting them to countries they're not even from, or countries that they don't even speak the language and things like that, it's hard to suggest that you honor and favor the good book if you're doing that stuff with a passage like that in there, where it clearly says, when a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. We're mistreating the hell out of some of those people. Really mistreating the hell out of them. Alligator Alcatraz was anything but comfortable. Says the foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. We absolutely are not doing that. Love them as yourself. Not happening. Let me go back to the box. Strong stuff coming from the good book, the Daily Relevant. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Preach to Trump. Stop lying. Stop immoral acts. Stop getting richer off his profession. Diane, getting rich. Explain. My last caller did not come up. I'm proud to be an Italian American, says Bobby Covini. Nothing wrong with that. Doesn't say anything about giving them citizenship. Shit, citizenship. We don't even want to give them fucking food. I actually did because they're talking about is, Democrats want to give illegal immigrants health care and things like that. I asked a question in one of my short videos. If an illegal immigrant is in this country with no right to be here whatsoever, ran across the Rio Grande, across the desert, whatever the case may be, here 100% illegally, and they walk across the street and get hit by a bus, and they're taken to the nearest emergency room, should the ER be required to treat them if they know this person is here illegally and do not have health care and cannot pay for the expense? I had a lot of MAGA say no. A lot of folks said, no, you shouldn't pay for that person. So, and I got them in the comments now. Clayton just said no once again. So yeah, there is a lot of folks that go completely against what Mr. Winkle said in regards to treating a foreign born as your own. That's really bad. That you, to save money, you would rather not eat, you would rather let this person, you know, that might have a serious emergency rather than paying untreated because I don't want my tax money going to help this person because they're not a citizen. That if that ain't against the Bible, I don't know what it is. I tried to bring up my last call. Let me go to the next caller. And oddly enough, the last guy was in the comments telling you're afraid of me and everything. I tried to bring him up and he's not there. Continuing on with one of my subs there, MAGA Reacts. Good evening. It tapped the screen. Are we at 80? Yeah. Okay. You guys are doing good. More money for billionaires, says I can't see the name. There's something for dinner, late for dinner. Okay, MAGA Reacts. Good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
How do you respond to folks suggesting that just some of the draconian treatment that some on your side of the aisle are in favor of to people that have no legal right to be here? It's one thing to say they need to lead the country, but you know, making jokes about them getting eaten by alligators and things like that. Why does your side do that?
I have no idea. I mean, it's the internet. Everybody trolls. Anyway, I just wanted to show you
Hey,
something.
that was
real
Trump.
quick.
That was Trump that was making statements like that, talking about getting eaten by alligators and things like that. Not the internet. It's the president.
Like I said, he loves to troll. He's our internet president. You know, it's the internet that made him our president. It made him popular. It made him, you know, you couldn't censor him because if it was TV, you could censor him, but the internet's free.
Is it something you dislike?
Yeah, but it is who he is. Like, I say that every time, you know, Trump's Trump. You get the good with the bad, you know?
That's kind of really bad, though, when you're joking about human beings being killed by wild animals. That's kind of really bad, is it not?
No, just another joke like anything else.
Who laughs?
Alligators
Who
don't
laughs
really
at a
feel like
human
that.
being? Wait. Who laughs at a human being being killed? Who would find that funny?
It's just comical how much you guys care. Like how well, first of all, like it's not that dangerous in the Everglades, you know? I've been out there. I've been surrounded by gators. They don't like go after you. They're scared of you. You know? The biggest thing that scared me out there is the big cockroaches. They have the giant cockroaches that slice you up.
So because alligators don't really go after humans, you find it comical to joke about an illegal immigrant being eaten by one. You actually laughed. You actually laughed when you heard that?
No, the left is the comical part.
Well, it ain't a person on the left is going to get eaten by an alligator. You're trolling the people that are here illegally. I mean, you're not trolling the left. We're not in alligator
It's the
Alcatraz.
comical part. That's why it's called trolling.
Okay, I
The
don't.
reaction is the funny part. How they react to him is the funny part. That's why he does what he does, because the reaction he gets, not because of the actual subject, you know? It's
Yeah.
like him shitting on the protesters.
Yeah, and that's why you and I have this conversation often. Is that if you're going to do this with the goal of getting reaction, then why act surprised when the liberals are not working with the Republicans on the government shutdown? I mean, you like trolling because and by the way, I'll ask you since you're here, because that was the first topic I had, and that was in order to get the government back up and running, does the president have any responsibility in this at all, since the people are not working together? The Democrats and Republicans are not playing together. Does he, as the leader of this country, have any responsibility in what's going on at all? Should he do anything?
No, he should definitely do something, but in the end, you know, legislation is on the House and the Senate. It's not really on the president. He just signs and occasionally he vetoes or breaks a tie, but it's really on the House and the Senate. I mean, the House did its job. It's really on the Senate at this point to do its job. We're being held hostage by like 4 or 5 senators.
Yeah, but that's the point I'm making. If they're not doing their job as the leader of this country, does he just is it his job to just sit back and criticize them?
I mean, yeah.
That's it.
He has to criticize them, so next election, people don't vote for them.
So the government may be closed until next election?
No, but people will remember this. We've spoke about this last time.
Yeah.
The last two shutdowns weren't really remembered around election time.
Okay, I don't disagree that I don't
midterms.
disagree that there may be election implications based on what's going on right now. But we're not. The election is one thing. We're talking about Americans that need help. I mean, what about his purpose in helping out Americans? Talking about, well, this will help us out in the midterms. Okay, that's fine. But that's doing nothing for people that are suffering right now.
Well, look, they should stop holding the country hostage, and then we could start working on helping Americans. Because the Democrats' solution is just to throw money at the problem, and we know throwing money on at a problem doesn't always solve it. And
Okay.
lately, it never solves it. Lately, you can throw all the money you want. Look how much money they spend on homelessness in California. Has it solved the problem?
Okay,
It made it much worse.
so what is the solution to the problem? Are the Republicans giving us the solution?
I mean, yeah, when it comes to healthcare, Trump's going around trying to negotiate better drug prices. I think he did this with IVF recently. He got the IVF people to reduce the cost of IVF and make it much more affordable, and he could use his power to force the insurance companies to lower their prices, like he did with the tariffs. When Walmart wanted to raise their prices, he's like, "Fuck no!"
But if you ultimately need the Democrats to approve what you're doing, do you believe he is acting in a manner that would help him get Democratic approval?
Nothing he could do could get Democratic approval other than like quitting or.
So he
dying
just
or
threw.
something.
So what is he? He's only 9 months in, and he's just throwing his hands up in the air and said, "Fuck it, ain't nothing going to work."
Well, he's working hard on what he can control, which is diplomacy, which is ceasefire in the Middle East. He's working his ass off. It's not like.
But I'm asking you though, in regards to what we're talking about with the government shutdown, what is he doing to get the government back up and running?
He's just doing what he can to improve things. So when it is back and running, we're not.
So nothing.
He's trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Is what he's trying to do.
How so? Give me an example. How is he making the best out of this right now?
I mean, he's going around negotiating peace and doing other things.
How does if a mother is concerned that she's not going to have food to feed her kid because of the EPT or SNAP program, how does going around the world and making peace help her out?
So she's not also worried about, getting bombed by, North Korea or Iran or whatever. You don't realize, North Korea used to be a huge problem, yet we barely mention them anymore because, Trump kind of went over there and things have been chill ever since. When was the last time you mentioned North Korea other than helping out the Russians?
So you're telling me that if you have a mom that is not getting SNAP benefits this month and she's worried about how she's going to feed her kid, it might give her some solace to tell her, well, at least North Korea is not going to bomb you?
Yeah, I mean, I would be worried about that. I would be worried about us going to war with Russia and all the other things that could happen in the meantime. I mean, there's a lot more problems.
Why would North Korea bomb America? We don't have any trade relationship with North Korea. We don't have any soldiers. Why would North Korea out of the blue just bomb America?
Well, now they won't because Trump kind of.
Let's go with under Biden. Let's go with under Biden. Under Biden, why would North Korea have bombed America?
They could attack South Korea. They could attack our bases in the area and start World War III.
Why? Why would you do that? If South Korea is doing nothing to North Korea, if our soldiers in South Korea are doing nothing to the operation of North Korea, why would they just bomb them for no reason at all?
For the same reason Russia invaded Ukraine. They felt insecure because, freaking the Democrats did shit to provoke them.
After seeing what has happened to the Russians, I think they've lost over 1 million soldiers since they went into Ukraine. You think and by the way, North Korea sent Russian soldiers and we killed them too. The Ukrainians killed them. You think North Korea would just up and start a war?
It could be China with Taiwan. It could be anybody. But, he's working. He's controlling what he can control.
What would make you think even China? Okay, we're talking about under the Biden administration. Why would China?
You keep killing me with this stuff. This is not my expertise.
I believe that.
What if I had a time machine, I would answer your questions, but I don't have a time machine to tell you the future.
Well, you're saying some things that are not making sense, man. You're telling me that
He answers questions I don't know like enough about to answer them. You know, you want to ask me about
Then why
boats,
not?
I'll answer you
Listen.
some questions about boats.
okay, fair enough. If you don't know enough about it to answer it, I get that. Like I told my last guest, I don't know enough about the Bible to push back. Why not just say that? Why give these wild answers?
You keep asking, and I'm giving you my point of view as best I can. But you keep asking. You're the one that's relentless about this. You don't let me just, move on to stuff I know about.
If you actually state, I don't know enough about this subject to discuss it, I would. You're not answering what you don't know. You're giving me this wild shit that's actually prolonging the conversation. Just say you don't know.
I do my best to answer you as best as I can.
Don't make it. No. I would prefer you tell me you don't know as opposed to making up things. Like the other day when you said somebody may find a corpse and just decide to hang it and set it on fire.
That's possible. People will do anything. Pranksters will do anything. Have we identified that man yet? Do we know what kind of man he was?
We still don't know, but I would prefer
what color he was.
Let me just be clear with you. I would prefer in the future, listen, if I ask you some shit and you don't know the answer, just say I don't know the answer. That's what I do with all my guests. I make it clear I'm not a know-it-all. A hell of a lot of MAGA and liberals and independents know more of this shit than I do. That's why I get everybody together to have a conversation. Don't ever pretend like you know someone you don't, because then it make you look even worse. I'm just telling you.
No, I try, but you're also asking me what I think about something. So I'll tell you what I think about it, even though I don't know much about it.
Okay.
So it's a little tough because, it's a conversation,
Well,
and I'm trying to give you what I know from my point of view, but I usually try to tell you that, I don't believe in something, or I just don't know anything about it, or this is like the best I could do with what I got.
Okay. How about this? What about this whole claim that we need to go into Nigeria to stop them from persecuting Christians? Do you support that?
This is the first I heard about it, so I'm gonna say I don't know.
Okay.
I've literally just heard you say 2 things about it today, and that was about it.
I appreciate that. We'll give you time to discuss it. I want you to hear it. I'll give you time to discuss it. But if you haven't heard it, you should, because it's going to come up in political forums. It'll certainly come up here again, but I want you to hear this. It's not a long video.
The post from President Trump as he says, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country guns a-blazing to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I am hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Warning, the Nigerian government better move fast. I want to discuss...
Do you support that?
I mean, I support what he's doing there, where he's trying to get the Nigerian government to do something about it.
Guns
but
a-blazing?
I don't support us sending soldiers.
Yeah, he's saying guns. Yeah,
If
guns
we can get their own government to do it, go for it.
Yeah.
Also, as far as supporting the Christians, I mean, just the other day, the left, they want to support the Palestinians. They want to, ruin our relationship with the Saudis because they killed one reporter. I mean, this is the same stuff the left is always crying about that we should do. When Trump does it, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe he's threatening this country.
That's a pretty good response, because you're right. The left haven't been talking about everything from Hamas and the genocide to Khashoggi. You're talking about the Saudi guy that was hacked to pieces a few years back. I don't totally disagree with that. If you're going to say it's wrong for Trump to go in other countries because of how they're, because of the Christians and the liberals, so I don't totally disagree with that. But
most of what he said is what they want him to do with Israel. They want him to cut off aid and all that stuff.
But the guns are blazing part. But listen, if he's going to impose sanctions on Nigeria, that's one thing. But he is talking about going in and killing people. His words were guns ablaze. Now, the liberals have never said to go save the Hamas or the Palestinians. Guns ablazing, and they certainly didn't say that with Khashoggi. The liberals were talking about just via sanctions and relationships.
No, I agree with you. That's the part I object to. I'm hoping it's just a threat to get them moving, and he doesn't actually act on it.
Why does, so let me ask you this, and this is something I know you obviously don't know because nobody does, but this is to speculate on. Why do you think he threatens violence so often?
I mean, he threatens, so
Violence,
he doesn't
though.
have to act.
He's not threatening sanctions he's threatening to kill
Threaten
people.
sanctions.
What?
He did threaten sanctions.
Yeah, but he is often, yeah, true, he threatens sanctions too. But why is he always threatening to hurt people? He threatens to kill people often.
Well, because like before, his rhetoric alone would be enough to get things worked out. But because people are getting used to him, he has to step it up so he could, like, he's using his rhetoric to get things done. He does that often. So right now he has to step up the rhetoric so he doesn't have to act.
Yeah, and I see in the
You know what I
comments.
mean? It's like when a guy barks and acts really loud and tough so he doesn't have to get in a fight. That's what Trump's kind of trying to do here. Like, you know.
Well, I would agree with
he doesn't actually have to get in a fight.
I would agree with the barking comment if he actually wasn't blowing people up and killing them. I mean, if he was just threatening, because I seen the comments, N.A. Haynes says he threatens violence because it works. He ain't just threatening this stuff, though. I mean, Iran was not a threat. He actually blew shit up. Same thing with what's going on in Venezuela. He's not threatening. He's actually actively killing people. And now when he says he wants to go into Nigeria, guns a-blazing, my guess is that ain't an idle threat either. He is actually killing people.
Yeah, but he keeps it to a minimal and he tries to get out of it. Again, I think it's just that's another thing that helps the threat. That shows that he's not always bluffing. So when people are like, "Oh, he's just bluffing," it's like, "Oh, but he bombed Iran and he's bombing these boats." So I'd rather him bomb a few boats and like one unmanned place than like a full-out war.
Wasn't he the one though that we were putting in because, you know, he was the president? We had no new wars under. He was going to take care of America first and get out of overseas conflicts. Wasn't that what he campaigned on? We weren't going to be involved in all this other shit. We were going to stop being the world's police. Wasn't that what we were led to believe?
Well, he still hasn't really started any new wars. The one war was started by Israel, and he ended it in 12 days. So I don't know.
No, that's
what
bullshit.
Else,
that's bullshit. The only reason, wait, that's bullshit.
Biden would still be at war.
No. Your claim that Trump has not started any wars is bullshit. The only reason we're not at war is these countries realize they don't have any power to act by. Everything he has done has been acts of war. What he is doing off the coast of Venezuela, if you did that off the coast of Miami, we would go to war with you. Same thing when he did to Iran. If you did that to some facility out in the middle of Montana, some nuclear site, we would go to war with you. He is starting wars. They just aren't fighting back because they don't believe they can beat us. He's starting wars over and over again.
Yeah, the goal is for him to be strong so we don't have to go to war. It's not for him to be a pussy.
I don't see why you're saying not have to go to war.
Conflict.
I don't
He didn't promise to be a pacifist, Tim. He never promised to be a pacifist.
No, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that, but you're saying that he's doing this stuff so that we don't have to go to war. When you start killing people on their soil, you are going to war. It's the only difference is it's not a full-scale war. It's not a full-on invasion. But the things he is doing, those are acts of war. If you did that stuff on American soil as another country, we would declare war on you.
Again, he didn't promise to be a pacifist, and he said he would stop these conflicts, but through strength. He didn't say it by being a pacifist. He says, through strength, I'm going to stop, no new wars. By being strong and being tough so people don't want to fight us.
He didn't promise to be a warmonger either, MAGA.
Yes, I don't believe he's been a warmonger. I believe through strength, he's kept us pretty peaceful. Anyway, I want to show you something quick before we run out of time.
All right, go ahead. And by the way, I don't think it's peace through strength. I don't think it's peace through strength. I think it's peace through. I think it's more like peace through murder and intimidation. What do you got for me?
Well, remember how I keep telling you don't need 5 phones to stream to all these platforms? I'm just showing you how. I took your TikTok stream and I'm streaming it to YouTube. I'm streaming it to YouTube horizontal, and I'm streaming it to Instagram.
Where the comments?
You can do the same thing. Instead of using 5 phones, you can take one stream and copy it over to all the other platforms. And this way, people could see who you're talking to. Because most of the time on YouTube, they can't see who you're talking to.
Where are the comments at, though?
I could add the comments if you want. We could edit we could edit how it looks all you want. You could have it show comments. You could have it do whatever you want. And all you need is one laptop or a laptop on a phone, or we could even do it with 2 phones, so you don't have to carry around like 4 or 5 the way you do.
That's actually kind of impressive. We got to talk about it. All right.
Yeah, I've been messaging you, but I don't know if I'm actually talking to you or who I'm talking to sometimes.
Well, I get thousands every day. My inbox, I get hundreds of messages per day. I'm going to specifically target you, and we're going to talk about it. Because I'm interested.
I've been doing homework for the last 2 weeks. I think I got the easiest way to do it. There's multiple options, but I figured out the easiest way.
All right, we'll talk about it. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
No problem. Take care.
All right, you too. All right, moving on with the program, and I ain't gonna say I had to put reverse the screens. There we go. Okay. When can we see MAGA react says double up? Why do you want to see the guest? MAGA react, somebody wants to see you next time. Yes, he did portray himself as a pacifist. And I see that on Instagram. One of my viewers says, no, the goal is domination. Yeah, I can see that. I can see what he's trying to dominate, but it would be because some folks are saying peace through strength. In my opinion, if you're actually killing people, that's not peace. I don't see how that's peace. I mean, that would be like saying what Kim Jong-un is doing in his country is peace through strength. Everybody is scared of me, so the country is peaceful. I don't want to live under that kind of peace. That's not peace. That's fear. So this is the same thing with a lot of folks seemingly confuse the difference between respect and fear. If you can respect somebody without being scared as shit of them. Being scared of somebody is scared. That ain't respect. Respect is you favor that person. You don't mind being around them. Fear is you only doing what they're telling you because you're scared something bad may happen to you. If you weren't scared of them, you would probably choose a different path with that person. That's fear. I actually think a lot of people on the right believe that under Trump, the world respects us now. No, the goal is to make them fear you. That ain't respect. Appreciate that alter ego. Yeah. I think some folks are confusing fear and respect. Peace through strength is cousins with fear and respect. I don't know. I don't respect anybody that I'm scared of. No one. If I'm scared to do or act certain ways around you because you got too much power. Like, for instance, if the cops pull me over and they come out with lone guns, ARs or some shit, and they're really talking shit and making it clear that if I even look the wrong way, they're going to kill my ass. I don't respect that. I'll be scared as hell of it, probably. That ain't respect. I don't believe fear and respect are even synonyms. I just don't. I believe that if you're scaring the shit out of people, they probably don't respect you. They probably want to get away from you, but out of fear, they may not be able to. So I don't put fear and respect in the same category. Looking in the comments, preach to Trump, stop lying, stop immoral acts, stop getting richer off his profession. Let me go back to the box. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss a super chat in here. Thank you, folks that are responding, but some reason the YouTube is playing games with letting me view previous comments. Cody likes, I didn't miss you, did I? Looking in the comments here, don't forget Somalia. What happened in Somalia? You talking about during the Clinton years or whatever? What are you talking about? Mogadishu? Real quick, Israel owns the file, says Alexander. You think Israel owns the Epstein files? I don't know. Remember people used to talk about the PP tape? Supposedly Russia had a tape of Trump pissing on young girls in Russia. I'm not saying it's true, but people used to say that. Tell that hungry mom to call her baby daddy and stop relying on Daddy Trump to feed her and her kids. Are you talking about Takesha? Dorjam Bennett? Sorry, I'm reading your comment kind of late. Here's the thing before I go on to the next caller and tap the screen. Appreciate you guys that have been doing it. Help your boy get that TikTok cap goal. Tap the screen, get us on up to 115,000. Why does the right seem to think that everybody that's receiving assistance is unemployed? Why do they seem to believe that? And that was one of the topics of the show. We'll go ahead and get into that since that came up from Dorja and Bennett. Does it make sense to tell concerned SNAP recipients that they may not be receiving their benefits come November, today, to get a job while being against everything that you need when you get a job? Minimum wage increase, some type of health care provisions from your employer, shit like union, organizing the union. The right is against all that stuff. So I'm trying to figure out, does it make sense to tell people go out and get a job when if they go and get the job, you're going to basically tell them, I'm not for anything you're going to ask for. So you want people to go get a job, but then you're against anything they ask for. They want a minimum wage increase. They want to make sure their employer gives them health care. Maybe they favor pensions over 401k. You're against all of that stuff. If you want them to get a job and they go out and get the job, why not help them out? I don't know. It just seems counterproductive there. Quick glance, I thought he was wearing a Confederate tie. Damn, is my rhetoric that far? Raptor says he thought this was a Confederate tie. Holy shit, I wouldn't be caught dead with that on. Here, and by the way, if I put it on, that might be exactly how I'm caught, but this is this is not a Confederate. Wow, do they make those? They probably do. A Confederate tie. Holy fecal matter. Cody says you need to show you can use violence so people know not to mess with them. A man can wield violence is the most peaceful. I don't believe that, Cody. I believe that if you're using violence against people, it gives folks the excuse to team up behind your back and try to get rid of you. And understand, if America starts doing this stuff under Trump ain't going to pay the price for it. I mean, Trump's almost 80 years of age. He is going to ride off into the sunset, an ultra wealthy man, until Father Time catches up with him. But when these countries are pissed off that Trump bestowed violence upon them to make them fearful or respectful, and they commit acts of terror and shit against us as revenge, it's going to be you and I that pay the price. Trump is going to be fine. His family's going to be fine. They got generational wealth to infinity. They're going to be fine. But when it's time for these countries to take revenge on America for some of the shit we do, it's going to be you and I to pay the price. So I don't favor it like that, because it ain't, you're giving people reasons to team up and take revenge on you in the future. Like, for instance, the ceasefire in Gaza. Israel killed so many innocent Palestinians that it's hard to imagine that ceasefire is going to last any significant period of time. So many people, the kids are growing up without moms and dads, or their whole fucking family got killed. Your extended family, they're all gone. And you're the only one roaming around Gaza with no relatives anymore. You think that person may not grow up to be radicalized, or they're hard to radicalize? So if you're like what Trump is trying to do in Nigeria, what Trump is doing in Venezuela, I can tell you for a fact, but I won't say a fact because I don't want to I'm not 100% sure, but I feel fairly confident. How about that? I feel fairly confident innocent people are getting killed. I don't believe that 100% of those boats he's taken out featured guilty parties. And I'll tell you why. And I'll take the next caller. Tap the screen, 120, we can make it happen. Thank you guys. Show your boy some love. The TikTok cat, the hat mustache go miserable, but thank you for tapping the screen. But I will say that, I don't believe that we're not taking out innocent people. The example I was going to give is President Trump blew up one of the boats, and two of the times that they killed people, there were survivors. Now, you know what they did? Thank you there, Denny. Appreciate that. Shout out to you. Yeah, appreciate that mustache. Here's what I'll say. You take out one of these so-called drug boats. Someone survives the missile blast or whatever the hell weapon they used to try to kill these people. You capture the person that survived. What do you do with them? You give him back to his home country of origin. Does that make sense? This person was so criminal to the United States that you just tried to kill him. He survived the assassination attempt. and your response is just to hand them back? No punishment whatsoever. Does that make sense? That should tell you right there that these people are not necessarily as guilty as the Trump administration is saying. If this guy is such a danger to the United States that you wanted to kill him when you capture him, he should be held prisoner for the perceived crimes. The same way we sent people to Guantanamo during the era of terrorism in the Middle East. To send him home shows that you don't have anything, because now that he's alive and he would be in U.S. custody, he's entitled to some sort of trial. And you know you don't have anything to present against him. So you just let him go, because you know if it went to court, it would be a huge embarrassment to the United States. And you would probably have to admit that the people that were with him that you killed, you didn't have nothing on them either. This is why I'm saying I do believe that innocent people are getting killed. Mr. Italian, I think it was. Somebody just sent me that, or I bet he had Rogario. Thank you for the hat and mustache. So yeah, the fact that they're catching living people that they tried to kill and not punishing them at all shows that they didn't have anything on that person. Not even enough to bring them to some sort of justice, lock them up, or whatever the case may be. Because that person would have had a right to defend themselves, and America knew we don't have no way to prove it. So just let them go. That should no one should be accepting that. You should not accept something like that. Let me go back to the box. Wow, William Sedlock says innocent people getting killed. Yeah, probably didn't our mamas teach you if you're hanging out with the wrong people at the wrong time, what could happen? No. If you catch somebody that you tried to kill and they're still alive, you should have to answer to why you tried to. If they're alive, then you got a criminal in your custody. Why are you letting them go? So in other words, if this guy ends up getting caught Lincoln Riley style or something like that, sneaking into the country and killing somebody, does that mean Trump has blood on his hands because he let him go? That makes no sense whatsoever. If the guy was that much of a damn bad guy, they should be trying to bring him to justice. The fact that you let him go says you don't have anything on this dude. Why do you think there's a saying, an armed society is a polite society? Also, that's why they drop more bombs than we did 20 years of Afghanistan, but could not even fraction of the rest of that. Your word rep lost the rest of some of that, but let me just start up by saying, you said, why do you think there's a saying an armed society is a polite society? That saying is bullshit, Cody. That saying is actually bullshit. An armed society is not a polite society. In fact, armed societies tend to be the most violent. You think about America during the days of the Wild Wild West. That shit was not polite. Armed societies tend to be the most violent. The most peaceful countries on earth are not that heavily armed. The most violent countries on earth have more firearms. Now, there might be one or two exceptions you can come up with, but fact is, if you list the most violent countries on earth, and then you list the most peaceful countries on earth, you'll notice most of the countries that are among the most violent are the heavily armed countries. An armed society is not a peaceful society. It just tells the other person, the shit I'm planning on doing, I got to be prepared to kill this guy first. It's just like bank guards have guns. Armored car guards have guns. They still get robbed all the time. It just tells the person that's planning the robbery, you got to be prepared to shoot them. That's all. You just take an additional step to deal with them. It ain't polite. It happens all the time. Same thing with cops. Cops get shot every other damn day. It just tells the criminal, if you want to deal with this guy, you got to be ready to shoot him. And people respond in kind. Looking in the comments, tell that hungry mom. Oh, I saw that real quick. Feed her kids. Okay, we'll go back to the box. There we go. Going to the show. What else? I say Gregory Adams, 15. Good evening. Those same Palestinians were cheering really loud when Hamas was dragging around all these raped little niggas. Here's the problem with that, though. Jovan Jefferson. The Palestinians that may have been crying and saying, I cannot believe you've done this to Israel. They're going to come back and kill us all. They're not going to make it on Fox News. They're not going to put them on there. Just like if you had Black Lives Matter doing riots and looting, some of the folks are trying to put out the fires and tell folks don't flip that car. They're not going to make Fox News. They're going to show you the bad people. I don't believe that most of the folks were cheering on what Hamas did on October 7th. But to make a point, you're going to put the bad people on there. To make a point. That's kind of how it works. Most criminals are afraid to be unalived. The Wild Wild West isn't like it was portrayed in the movies. It wasn't shootouts and all that. No, but I'm just simply saying it wasn't polite either. It was not polite. Not to mention the Native Americans were lurking around. I mean, there was plenty of drama. Life expectancy was not very long in those days, and a lot of it was due to violence. I'm just simply saying the more firearms you put into a society, it doesn't make it more polite. It just doesn't. I mean, you pull out a firearm in traffic or whatever, there are plenty of people that are happy to pull out a firearm back with you. They don't all run and cower away. Armed society is not a polite society. I mean, what are some of our most heavily armed places like Texas and Florida and shit like that? There's a lot of violence in Texas, a lot of violence in Florida. You guys like to bring up Chicago, but there are no strict gun laws in Texas whatsoever, and people are getting killed constantly. It's not polite. It's just not. Let me go back to the box. I tried to bring up one of my viewers and it did not come up. We'll give it another shot here with Uncle, does that say Uncle Sneak? Yep, 48 weekend. Wow. You skip 40 a weekend. 40 weekend where? In Chicago? I don't know. I don't know if it's that bad. Well, he came and went too. Okay, let me try it again. We're having problems bringing up guest here. We'll try with Coach. Let me see if it works this way. Thank you, Coach, for the support, by the way. Texas would be worse if folks didn't have guns. I don't know about that. I do not know about that. I don't know. There's no way to say yay or nay on that. All I'm saying is they're not polite. Would Texas be worse if everybody in the state was unarmed? My guess is good as yours, but I'm simply saying everybody is armed and it's not polite. Coach, good evening.
What's up, handsome?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. Do you buy into that? An armed society is a polite society?
I mean, in some cases, in some cases not, right?
So in other words, it guarantees nothing then. It's a crapshoot. It's flipping a coin.
Well, I think it's individualized. I think it's based on the individual, the person, right? I mean, it's like all these political, we'll call it what it is, assassinations or whatever word I got to use for that Tyler Robinson, things like that. Everybody wants to get tied up on he's a Democrat or it doesn't matter. The point is he is a bad human.
Yeah.
End of story, period.
If he didn't have they always say people who want to take a life, if you get rid of guns, they'll find another way. If you had got rid of Tyler Robinson's ability to own a long rifle, do you think he would have still been able to take out Kirk by another method?
Yeah, if he wanted to bad enough.
Like
I guess
what?
Here's the thing. The people that talk about, so hear me out on this. People say, we need stricter pew-pew laws.
Mm-hmm.
I think people forget something. We actually have probably the strongest pew-pew laws in the world. You want to know why?
Yeah, I definitely want to know. Explain that.
Because if you take a pew-pew and go illegally use it and shoot someone, you can literally be put to death. There are laws. So if you're not going to follow those laws, why will you follow a law to get rid of a pew-pew?
Okay. Well, first of all, you're talking about a reactive law, so I don't know what good that does. I mean, you're not talking a law. We're talking about proactive laws. Punishing somebody after they done. Everybody does that. Is there any country on earth that if you go and take somebody out by firearm, you're not at risk of at least doing a whole bunch of years in prison? That's everywhere.
But my point is, if you're not going to follow that law, what makes you think you're going to follow whatever new law you want to pass?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because a lot of people who lose their lives by way of firearm, it happens in heat of passion and things like road rage incidents, for instance. If a person taking a life in a road rage incident did not have a firearm, that life probably wouldn't be taken because you only got a split second to do that. I mean, unless you're driving around with a crossbow in your car. I mean, and that may not be effective. So there's a lot of
major ram with the car, but I do agree with you that it is. I always say all the time, like if you could call a virtual real life timeout per se. That's the issue with these quote bad humans.
Yeah.
Now, thankfully, 99.9999999% of us will never get there, but we're all capable of unaliving. We just won't ever get there.
True.
The problem is that 0.00001% of people that do get there, unfortunately, you could literally call a virtual life timeout right before they pull that trigger and say, hold on a second. Think about what you're about to do. You're going to ruin your life, your family's life, everyone else's life. And you know what that person would say during that timeout? I don't care. I'm pissed.
Not always. I think there are plenty of people. In fact, I've known people where we've grabbed them and said, dude, you need to chill, man, you know, and gotten people to think about going and doing dumb things. I've actually seen it happen in front of me, stop somebody from doing something. So I don't agree they would all do it. But
I agree with dumb things per se, but I'm saying once you're doing the ultimate dumb thing, I think they are so pissed in the moment, as you said, it don't matter what you tell them. They don't care. They don't care that they're going to do the rest of their life in prison. They don't care that they're going to get capital punishment. They're pissed off. They're going to pew.
Yeah, I disagree because I think, like, for instance, if a person had to find another way to do something, even if they did have this I'm going to do it anyway type mindset you're suggesting, if they had to find another way to take a life, there's a lot of lives that would be, let's say, for instance, a student is pissed off that the whole class has been bullying him. And he don't went and found his dad's Glock or something like that. And he's ready to go and just fuck it. I don't care what happens. I'm about to dismiss class permanently. If you snap your fingers and take that weapon out of his hand and say he has to find something else to do it, he can't do that. There would be no way to do it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of crimes out there.
Too. I'm not pro. Like, I think there are, quite frankly, PPs that there's no business the public having. So it's not that, like, but all I'm saying is, in the end, it's a bad human that's choosing to do a bad thing.
But you're empowering a bad human.
Other bad things, but like you said as well, those other bad things will take longer to do.
Yeah.
And probably not be quite as devastating, depending on what they would choose.
Yeah, but not only that, but you're taking a bad human and actually in making them more powerful by giving them access to these deadly weapons. Like I said, if you had a bad human and you gave him a knife versus giving him a Glock, the damage he can do with the knife is probably going to be significantly less. Certainly if he can't run. I mean, because you got to be able to catch the people. Whereas with a firearm, you can do a lot more damage. So you're actually not only in a society where people are strung up on all sorts of mental illness medicines and shit like that. It just doesn't seem like the society that's conducive with adding more weapons. I would submit this to you. If you went back to the founding fathers who orchestrated the Second Amendment, and you told them in 2025 they're going to have these type of weapons, and you're going to have a whole lot of people that are taking mental illness drugs and things like, do you think we should put more guns in that society with easier access to them or less? I think they would say less. These people are going to be crazy out of their mind taking drugs, and they're going to have access to weapons that can do all of this. I don't think you should give it to them. I think they would have said less.
And I don't disagree with you there, honestly, especially types of weapons. And everybody that says, oh, the Constitution is here, there's certainly things that are restricted right now that we can't get. So it doesn't include all weapons. I mean, I'm pretty sure, I don't know what the law is, but I'm pretty sure you can't go buy a full-blown fighter jet that's like armed and fly it around.
Yeah, because some of the liberal laws, I get MAGA on the program there all the time that say that to stop tyranny, you should be able to have all the same weapons as the government. There are plenty of people that believe if you can fly a fighter jet, you should have access to the same armaments of an F-15, F-35. There are plenty of people who believe that.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. I don't think the founding fathers, again, we don't know, but I don't think the founding fathers, would have known what would be available today. Now, I will say, though, in my opinion, to your point, you take that bad thing away from that bad human, and what are they going to do? Which again, I agree with you, but that's where it gets a little complex too, because if you do pass these new laws, again, we're in a different scenario of countries that never had them. They're out there, so we have to take them away. So unfortunately, where it gets a little complex is, let's say tomorrow something's passed and you can't have this type of pew-pew.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the good humans like you and I, we're going to get rid of those.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what those bad humans are going to do? They're not getting rid of them. They're keeping them. So now they're the only ones with them.
Well, no, the police still have theirs. That's first. But also, let me just say this, because you often hear this. If you ban guns, only criminals that have guns, because a criminal can always get his gun on the street. What they never tell you is where the street gets its guns. If you ban guns and the law-abiding citizens give their guns back, that's going to make problems for the criminals, because that's where they are ultimately getting their weapons from. Most guns that are in the hands of bad guys are either found, stolen, or purchased from a legal gun owner. So if the legal gun owners don't have the weapons, the supply on the streets is going to slowly be limited and dwindling down. And not to mention the black market is going to make the firearms on the street, quadruple in value. Yeah. So you're not going to go out and commit a $50 robbery with a $3,000 pistol. You're not going to do that stuff. You'll just sell a pistol.
Yeah, and again, I don't disagree with all that. And like I said, it doesn't really affect me per se. I'm not one of these persons that says, no, it's all right, whatever the case may be. I'm a law abider. So whatever they say that's going to be, that's where I'm going to fall into that. But I would say this before we start fighting, which we like to do all the time, and correcting this and correcting that and pointing a finger that they're wrong here. I think the first thing we need to do as society is be better humans, first and foremost.
That ain't gonna happen in a capitalist society. I mean, we're all about each other. We're all about me. That's the way our society was founded. Pull yourself about your bootstraps. I got mine. You figure out a way to get yours. That society ain't gonna never be what you're talking about. I favor what you're talking about. That ain't gonna happen in our society. It's never gonna be
perfect. But I think, again, even if, like I always say, and this isn't to politicize it, but if we want to make America great again, or make America better, whatever slogan you want to use, we wake up tomorrow as humans in this society and we be better people than we were yesterday. And people argue that for the reason you just said of, well, that's not everybody's going to do that.
Bro, without due respect to the president himself, who is known for saying, make America great again, he ain't even doing the stuff you're talking about. He himself is not trying to be good by fellow man. He ain't even doing it.
So hear me out, because that's an important piece of it. First of all, our president is a part of society as well. So if he can be a better human tomorrow as well, it makes it that much better. But again, I think where we fall in this trap, especially in 2025, look what our natural reaction is. What about our president? What about me? If I'm a better human tomorrow, guess what? At least we're one human better tomorrow. Let's start worrying about ourselves first and foremost, instead of trying to tell everyone else what they need to do.
I get your point. I don't totally disagree with it, but you got a guy that's leading 360 million people. He can't be taken out of the equation. I don't care how good you try to make sure you are morally.
Again, he's not taken out. He's one human, just like we are.
He's one human that can do it. He can
be a better human as well.
No, he can do. He's not just one. You're making it sound like he's on the same level as you. He's just one human like I am. No. He has a significant amount of power, more than you or I will ever dream of. He can do a lot more damage than you can. If he's a bad human, let's say you're a bad human, you might be able to reach the level of Jeffrey Dahmer or John Wayne Gacy or something. If he's a bad human, he can reach the level of, somebody like Caligula or Hitler or somebody. I mean, he has significantly more power to do a lot more damage. You can't overlook him.
And again, that's the fallacy. I'm not overlooking him. So let me tell you about my expectations and the accountability I put on myself. I have the highest standards that there possibly is for myself, and I expect those same high standards of others. Where I have a real problem is the people that say, well, but he's the president, so you can be an asshole because you're not president? No, have the highest standards on yourself and then expect the same out of everyone else. But don't lower your standards just because you're not the president and expect everyone else to be better.
I like that, but just my opinion, that's not realistic. I think that leadership, unity, and all these other things you're talking about, morality, I think it starts from the top. If you got it, I'm not talking about just Trump here, but I'm saying, I don't care if it's a general. If you got an immoral leader, I think it is unwise to think the people below him are all going to be moral. If he's doing it as their leader, chances are they're going to be doing it too. So good leadership, good saying, sober moral, to quote the active self-protection, to be like that, it starts at the top. If it's fucked up at the top, the people below are going to be equally fucked up. What we want is unity and morality amongst each other in a country where the leadership is not unifying or moral. That ain't going to happen.
Let me ask you this. How many people in the world can unite you and me?
What do you mean, how many people in the world can unite? I don't get that.
How many people in the world can unite you and me or come between you and me?
Millions,
No,
depending on what they do.
No, there's two people. You know who they are?
I don't know if I agree. I know plenty of chicks that have come between two dudes. I don't know if I agree with you on
Shame
that.
on those two dudes.
Huh?
Because in the end, there's only two people that can come between you and me.
I hear
And
what
that's
you're
you and
saying. I hear what you're saying, but people come between each other all the time. I mean, it just I really
No,
believe
no,
that.
No, we let others come between us.
Okay.
Which again is you and me deciding who comes between us.
Yeah.
There's only two people that can make me not like you. Actually, there's only one person that can make me not like you.
I don't agree
And
with
that's me.
that. I mean, I think if you loved your kid and your kid told you a lie about me, it could make you not like me. I don't believe it. Only person can make you not like me is me. I don't believe it. It could be the word of somebody you really trust and care about that's saying something negative about me that may not be true. I don't believe it's only us two. I believe there's plenty of people that could change how you view me. Look at how many. Look at it. That's
But
exactly
if
what's
I'm
happening.
listening to something that's not true, who's doing that? Again, to your point, my kid might tell me something about you, and I might do research and say, you know what, that doesn't fit my values either. Therefore,
You think when Trump says that they're eating cats and dogs in spring, you think MAGA's doing research on that shit? Or do you think they're just going to Springfield to show they're pissed off with how those people act out there? Do you think that they actually did research on that? He came between people by simply saying that. And he's done that with the immigrants. He's done that with all of the time. There's millions of examples of this.
So let me ask you this. Do you think they were eating cats and dogs in Springfield?
No.
So again, how many people can come between you and your thoughts about cats and dogs in Springfield?
I don't think it's exactly what I said. If you trust somebody, you're going to take their word, and you may not do. MAGA trusts Trump. So when Trump says the people were blowing up off the coast of Venezuela are drugged, they don't need proof. When he says that, what is his name? Kilmar Brego Garcia is a member of MS-13. They're not doing research. What he is saying is good enough. They don't need any of
Because
that.
none of them know. No, nobody knows the answer to it.
What I'm saying is he is coming between people constantly, disproving their theory.
Letting them come between them. It's just like that. And let me preface this. There's nobody that hates the media more than me. You may hate them as much as me, but nobody hates them more than me. Mm-hmm. And when people say that the media is dividing us, I actually defend the media. They're putting obstacles out there, but again, the only people dividing us is us.
We disagree on the wording of. I understand your
Trump
point.
Says he won the presidential election in 2020. Guess what? You know what effect that had on me? I didn't see him for 4 years in the White House. I knew he wasn't president. Why would I care if he says he was president? I know he wasn't. Are you that dense to not realize he wasn't in the White House?
No. When he said it was stolen from him, which means that he's not in the White House because he should be, but they stole it. That's what people believe.
Do you believe it?
No.
I don't either. So how if that's what people believe, how do you and I not believe it? Isn't that weird?
Because everybody don't trust Trump. Everybody
our own fucking minds.
Because everybody doesn't trust Trump to the point where they won't even do research. A lot of MAGA do not need any evidence or proof for what Trump is saying. Independents and liberals, yeah, they need more proof.
I mean, I don't know how much. The one thing that shocks me more than anything in this world is how shocked people seem to be when somebody lies to them. Name a human over the age of 3 that's not a liar.
Yeah.
And then they go nuts when Trump lies. Oh my God, he lied.
Because wait a minute,
He lied.
they're shocked, Coach, because he was not a typical politician. He was here to drain the damn deep state and expose the liars. That's why he told you, "I'm not going to be what you used to hear.
So
I'm going to be
gonna
different."
expose liars. Okay, what's that mean? We're all liars.
That
You're a
means
liar.
that
I'm a
means
liar.
that means that in politics you have become accustomed to swamp creatures and liars. If you elect me, I'm going to show you finally what it's like to have an honest president that is not part of the swamp, that is not a typical politician. That's what he promised.
Okay, again,
People believed it.
he lied. He lied. He is wrong.
People
So
don't
what?
believe he
Kamala
lied. They don't believe he lied.
Kamala lied. Kamala lied.
They don't believe he lied, though. They believe Kamala
Do you
lied.
believe-
They don't believe
Do you
Trump
believe
lied.
Kamala lied? Do you believe Kamala lied?
Lied about what? She wasn't president. She didn't hold a lot of conferences or anything. Lied about what? She had no
lied when she was
power.
running for president.
She lied about Biden's cognitive abilities. That's about it. Kamala Harris
She
didn't have.
literally said she was going to win. That was a lie.
Okay, then she lied about that. But
So again, so what? Why are people so shocked when they're lied to?
I'm just-
what kind of weird world do y'all live in? I get lied to every single day. So do you.
I'm just telling you, people believe that was going to be the guy that was not going to do that. He was not going to be a typical
Well,
politician.
again, I question their naiveness then to think that he's the only human over the age of 3 that's not going to be a liar.
Not arguing with that. I got to move it on, though, Coach. I agree with you there, but I'm just simply saying people trust that guy. People believe that God sent him himself to run the country. So they have a different hierarchy on Trump. Last word.
All right. No, that's fair. No, thanks for letting me up. Good chat. Appreciate it.
Anytime. Come on back anytime. All right, moving on with the program.
All right.
By the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to 140. Cody says 400,000 crimes are stopped each year by legal firearms. Most are stopped without firing a shot. That dwarfs gun unalivers. Yeah, but you're giving guns credit for stopping crimes, but you're only comparing it to guns used to take people's lives. There's a whole lot of times guns are used to commit crimes that don't involve anybody dying. In fact, most illegal uses of firearms do not involve anybody getting shot. Walk into a liquor store, point a firearm, give me everything in the register. They hand it over and you leave. So I'm going to assume it's a lot more than 400,000 of those. So I get your point. 400,000 crimes are stopped, but there's a whole lot of crimes that are successfully implemented because of brandishing a firearm as well. I heard an ex-con say he used to cheer for gun control because it means he has a gun and law-abiding citizens do not. Yeah, but I think what you're not understanding is what I told my last guest is that if they do have gun control, the guns that are in the hands of criminals are going to skyrocket in value. Just like with anything, if they outlaw marijuana or during the prohibition, when they outlawed alcohol, the stuff that is available on the black market costs a lot more. So all of a sudden, if your petty criminal has a Glock that suddenly quadruples in value, as opposed to going around and committing petty robberies, he might just sell the fucking Glock. I mean, like, well, shit, the gun's worth $2,000. I'm not going to go out here and risk, prison time for a $50 purse when I can just sell the gun and it'll give me the money. A lot of them would just sell this shit. They would probably just go around stealing guns and reselling guns. So, and of course, the more that they do, the higher in value the things will go, and it'll be on the black market. And it would be harder to get them. So you're not going to find little 12-year-olds packing heat because the damn gun costs more than they can afford. Just like when guns were out. Yeah, you might have the mob may have a few of them, the high-end bad guys, but the low petty thieves, they can't afford it anymore on the black market. So I don't know if you would skip over that. Knife attacks increased in the UK after gun control was implemented. They are talking about banning knives. The founders knew about repeat fire guns, by the way. They had them back then. So they had the Gatling gun you crank up. If you get rid of guns, there are going to be people that are going to use other weapons to commit heinous acts. But there's a difference, as I told my last caller. Some acts cannot be committed without a firearm. There are some things, as I pointed out, if a 12-year-old wants to go shoot up his classroom, you take the gun out of his hand, he's not going to have the success rate using a knife, using a bomb, using any, I mean, he's not. The reason people choose firearms to take a life is because it is the easiest and the most successful at doing so. Also, too, when you come to knife attacks, my guess is a trauma surgeon would tell you, I would much rather be trying to save the life of somebody who got stabbed than hit with an AR round or hit with a hollow point. So even if you do switch firearms or switch weapons, the survival rate is going to be higher because those weapons don't. Now you need to be really trained to build bombs or really trained on how to use a knife. Firearm, you don't need a lot of training. It makes it really easy to do stuff. So even if you switch over to other weapons, they're not going to have the same success rate. You can own a fully functioning tank in most states, and I think that's crazy. And there is a video out there of a man who did get his hands on the tank once, and the police had a hell of a time stopping him. I think it was out in L.A. He's on a highway driving over concrete barriers and shit like that. I think they finally climbed on top of the tank, and the hatch was not locked, and the cop fired down and killed him from the top. But yeah, just can you imagine what a madman could do with a fully armed tank? Jesus. You can make a gun from hardware store parts. Yeah, but everybody don't have the ingenuity to do that. Everybody doesn't have the ingenuity. The easier you make it, the more, listen, if it's harder to do and you still can do it, so be it. I suppose you could pull off a Manhattan Project and make an atomic weapon. But the easier it is to get it, the more damage. I wish I could call. I love to debate the 2A. Cody, I would love to have you on. I'm going to try that presence on X as well. It's not hard to make an IED and hide it in a locker room. Jesus. You don't need to train to use knives or make an IED. To make a 12-year-old that want to take out his classroom, he's going to make an IED. What do you think, he's in Fallujah? Really? I don't know about that, Cody. And the same thing with a knife. You need to be able to run, catch your victims, and need to be stronger than your victims. A knife? Really? I don't know. Let me go back to the box. I don't know. I think that might be a stretch. Let me go back to the box. Greenland. Good evening. I love to bet, but I don't vote with. I don't bet with, I guess you're saying you don't bet with people you don't know? That's a good thing. Neither do I. Mr. Greenland, long time no talk to you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, how's it going over there? Have you guys finally felt, you guys finally feel a little bit more comfortable that Trump is not a threat to take your country?
Oh, yeah. We never really be afraid he would take it. I think he's just saying stuff to be look like an important man in America. Easy to trick, easy to talk.
Well, he is the most powerful man in this country. So you guys don't really talk about Trump over there in Greenland anymore at all now that he's not threatening you guys. You don't discuss him at all anymore?
Not really.
Has your view of him improved?
Not at all. Never will.
Why don't you like him? He's not threatening you anymore. Why don't you like him in Greenland?
Oh, well, my question would be for you. From the last time I talked to you, do you feel easier that you're not going to lose your country?
No, I don't, because Trump is so unpredictable. I don't know even if he does something that I like, I'm not 100% certain he's not going to change his mind tomorrow. So he is so unpredictable. There's no way I can feel confident of anything he does because he changes on a whim. You know, like when he was going to meet with Canada to discuss some kind of trade deal, Canada put a television commercial on he didn't like, and he decided not to meet with him over a TV commercial. So even if he's doing something I like, I don't know if he's actually going to do it or not.
Yeah, from my point of view, I've been following almost every day and seen you in your TikTok, and I follow the news. And I feel like right now, Trump and his office, they are looking for the thousand nights how do you say it? The 1,000 night of the day. Oh, I forgot how the term goes.
Are you talking about like the night of the Kristallnacht in Germany?
The night of the 1,000 knives.
I just read about that in Bill O'Reilly's Confronting Evil book. What the hell happened? I mean, is that when they went? They took out a bunch of. This is when Hitler was rising to power, and he took out a bunch of German leaders or something like. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I just read about that the other day. Now, give me your explanation for why you're saying that Trump is trying to do that.
They try to find some way and some news or an event that could wild up the right side of America, so he can get that kind of support to create remove some of people who doesn't really support him at all, so he can take control.
So you do kind of agree with what's on the monitor. You believe he is possibly looking for war.
I think he's looking for becoming a dictator.
Based on what? A lot of folks that support Trump and Trump himself does not like people talking like that. What do you think Trump is doing to indicate he's trying or indicating he wants to be a dictator? What is he doing to make you say that?
Yeah, but everything what has he's done since he took office, removing your rights, the women's rights, removing a lot of different rights you have. Right now,
Thank you for that hat mustache,
destroy people who get hungry, who needs help, and removing a lot of people as the illegal immigrants.
Well, but some are going to argue he hasn't really removed women's rights. You say he removed women's rights. He hasn't taken away rights from women.
I mean, if you get pregnant, a lot of red states you cannot go out. If you go out to get an abortion, and definitely for a lot of women, their rights are getting worse.
Well, other than the pro-choice, pro-life thing, there's nothing really concrete that's getting worse for women as of yet. So I don't know if I totally agree with that. Now, there are women that are worried. There are women that are concerned, but in terms of what is Trump doing to take away women's rights, they still can vote. They still can be independent. They can hold office, everything. So, I mean, that might be something you're hearing in your country from people who are, I don't want to say fear-mongering or concerned with Trump, but he's not taking away rights. Now, the right to terminate a pregnancy that is happening in red states, that never was a right, though. It was more or less along the lines of a privilege. It wasn't like written into law that a woman has a protected right to do this. So
it should be.
Fair enough. I don't disagree with that. I'm 100% pro-choice. I don't disagree with that. But I am saying it was not a right. I mean, some states were never in favor of it to begin with, and those are the states that mostly have banned it.
Yeah. As I've been talking, last time I talked to you, I mentioned it. I see America is like a frog in the slowly boiling water.
Damn. I remember that. I've seen that. I've seen how that works on YouTube. That's where the water slowly increases in temperature, and the frog does not even realize he's about to die until the temperature's too high.
Yeah, I see it. I see it in my own eyes in everyday life. Every day it gets a little worse. It gets a little worse.
But let me ask you this: if you think America is collapsing in such a manner, what does that do for you folks? Because a lot of folks in your neck of the woods in that's considered Western Europe. You're in, right?
Yeah, but we are part of Europe. We use a European system, but we are in the American continent.
Right, but if America collapses, that will affect Western Europe, correct?
Not yeah, it will affect Western Europe, but not in the way you think. I think it will change the world. I think there's a lot of things we have to get used to, but
It will likely be a downgrade for your country, will it not? I mean, if America collapses, we're the most powerful member of NATO. Obviously, the nation of Russia wants half of Eastern Europe to return back to him. Not to say that he may not try to expand that. Without America, do you think NATO could fare on its own?
Yes.
All right.
And but also in Greenland, we can choose to go side with China if we want to.
Do you want to do that?
Now, if America goes a dictatorship, maybe we would prefer China than America.
So you're just going from one dictatorship to another one.
Oh, it's China is a dictatorship, but it's working.
Well, I mean,
most modern cities in the world, most everything, they are decades and decades beyond USA.
well, I will tell you this in regards to saying that China is a dictatorship, but it's working. As America, as many on the left in America might tell you, the country is only as good as the current leader in charge. I mean, Henry VIII, with all of the stuff he did in England, Henry VII wasn't that bad. Once his dad passed away and Henry VIII took over, he just became a tyrant, kind of like Adolf or something like that. So any country, no matter how well it's doing, it's only as good as the current leader in charge. So it's not to say that China, after Xi Jinping is gone, may not put in a guy that's worse than what you perceive Trump is like.
Yeah, but in China, they do have 50-year plans, 100-year plans. In Western world, we only get to have 4 or 5-year plans.
Well, like I said, if you get a leader in there, like we had a lot of the way this country was ran traditionally, Trump got in there and has broken all of that. So even if China has a 100-year plan, if you get the wrong leader, he may just scrap all of that. Trump is scrapping all kinds of traditions in America.
Yeah, Trump is much more dangerous than any other world leader.
Damn, you think that? You think he's more dangerous than Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. Why do you think he's so dangerous? What is he doing to make you say that?
He has a lot of warship just outside of Venezuela, threatening to invade.
Yeah. That dangerous, huh? Most dangerous world leader on earth is what you're saying.
Yeah, he is for sure.
And yet NATO is still down with America? I mean, should NATO be making maybe some alternative plans if we're that dangerous?
Europe has an alternative plan to have a European military. They are making it.
Do they even have the equipment, though? I mean,
yes.
You think so?
Right now, they are building very fast, building up the military facilities in Europe because US is unsure, because they don't know US would be there if they would really need it. So in Germany, they are building I think they are building 5 new factories for military ammunitions. And Denmark, they is going to build, I think they're going to build 1 or 2. And Norway and Finland, everybody is wrapping up because
sounds
USA
like
based a question mark.
Based on what you're saying, it sounds like Trump has not been good for America among our allies. That don't sound. What time is it over there? I got to move it on. What time is it over there? I always like to know that.
Yeah, 10 minutes to midnight.
Is it snow on the ground yet?
Yeah, we have snow.
Yeah, well, we don't have that yet. So 10 minutes to midnight? Really? I thought you guys were further ahead of us than that. 10 minutes to midnight. Okay. All right. Are you still seeing the sunrise?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
In about a month, no, it's like in 10 days, the sun doesn't come up.
And how long do you go without any sunshine?
Oh, we still get daylight, but the sun doesn't just go above horizon.
So it's noon and the sun is below the horizon still. How long does that happen?
In January 13th, the sun will come back.
What is your suicide rate like? I got to move it on, but I'm just curious. What is your suicide rate like?
Not because of the dog, but Greenland has a quite high suicide rate because we were formerly a former colony.
Man, shit, ain't we all? I gotta move it on. Greenland, appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you. Good talk.
I hope you will try to teach everybody else in the that you are living in a very slowly boiling country like a frog.
That's frightening, man. That's frightening. Would you suggest some of us Americans maybe considering living abroad?
Yeah, there's a lot of high educated people in America has begun to move to other countries. That's one of the signs.
How easy is it to move to Greenland?
Quite easy.
Really?
Yeah. Come to Greenland, live here, find a job if you stay here 6 months, you can get a citizenship.
Wow. That's all it takes?
Yeah.
Huh. But it's so cold there, man. I gotta go. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next time.
Bye. Yeah, you too. As somebody who lived abroad, I'm definitely open to living in other countries. It ain't got nothing to do with Trump. I lived in other countries, and it's I just like it. I mean, there's a lot of other great things out there other than just what's happening here. Anyway, going back to the box, so I'm gonna switch places with that damn guy who said that. Skip. Let me go back to the box. We'll go to Mike. Oh, well, Mike is not in here. We'll go to King Finn. Good evening. I have a house in Kenya, but America is my motherfucking land. Okay, fair enough. King, good evening.
Yeah, we're gonna cut that shit tonight, man.
Today's been this is a no fluffing kind of day.
Yeah, it's definitely a no fluffing type of day. For me, not for you.
What the fuck? What have I done?
Man, you continue to fluff beyond. That's why gangsta be getting your ass like that.
I ain't done shit today. I've been called a few Uncle Toms and Ruckuses and shit on the show. What is the plural of Uncle Ruckus? Anyway, I've been called a few of them, but today we've been keeping it straight and narrow.
I hope you have. I ain't been watching that long. I had other shit to do, but when I tuned in, the first question that my 14-year-old son asked me was, "Is this dude down with Trump?"
14 already, huh? 14 in political.
Yeah, my 14-year-old, yes, he's very political because his daddy keep him on the real shit. We ain't playing no motherfucking games around here. He needs to know because the state generation is going to be able to, we're trying to help their generation be able to do better than what the fuck we did. You're damn right.
Well,
yes.
It ain't about being down with Trump. It's about hearing both sides. Does your son need a hat? I got a few hats.
Well, I will burn that motherfucking hat solid. You already know that motherfucker would never make it to my doorstep. I'd burn that son of a bitch.
Well, listen. Look, Trump does have his faults. I'm not gonna pretend like the guy is perfect, but I do give a guy credit where I think he deserves credit, and that's where a lot of liberals don't like that.
Here we go. You finna start fluffing.
Is that wrong? If Trump does something that I believe is good for America, is it wrong not to give him credit for it?
Come on, man. Be for real. You know what? See, and this is where we always butt heads at. Because you start fluffing with this, he does something good for America.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to ask you, the obvious question. I know what your fluffing ass is about to say right after it. So I really don't got to ask this question.
Right.
Just to, go ahead and move forward because I know you want to fluff for him a little bit. So I'm going to ask the regular question I do. What has he done good for America?
He protected our nation's border.
See what I'm saying?
What's wrong? What the hell is wrong with protecting the border?
What did he protect? He ain't protected shit. He's not protecting anything. He's not protecting shit. Where? Because he detained.
Yeah, I appreciate the hat mustache, Skip. Thank you. What about the notion of you want to know who the hell's coming in your country? Under Biden, people were coming in. We didn't know who the hell they were. Even Trump is claiming that they're coming out of mental institutions and prisons. Under Biden, under Trump, we know who's coming in the country.
Yeah, no the fuck you don't. You don't know shit. You just
Actually, you do, because he ain't letting nobody in.
That ain't what good is that doing? This country has always had an immigration problem since its inception. I'm going to go back to what I usually say to you. What does the statue on Ellis Island say?
Tired, you're weary, you're poor.
Okay, so we gonna start from there, because you know you full of shit when you tell me he stopped people from coming through the border. No, he stopped motherfuckers he don't want from coming through the borders, because he ain't said nothing about the Africans. What happened to the Africans who paid all that money to get in? What happened to them? What happened to the 600 Chinese people who he let in, who their parents paid for their motherfucking education? What happened to them? We don't know where they at, do we?
No, we don't. No,
Since his administration is more in tune with keeping black and brown people down, what did he do? He said, "Oh, I'm not gonna let no more Mexicans in. We're not gonna let these Kenyans in. We're not gonna let these Haitians in. They're eating cats and dogs." Fuck him and fuck that bullshit border policy, because it's just a concept. He ain't signed not a piece of policy in order or a piece of motherfucking legislation that's going to stop them from coming.
I'm going to tell it to you this. I'm going to tell it to you like this, King. And by the way, Jason Meyer says this guy is a house ninja. Oh my God. I'm just going to say it like this. There are a lot of people, even in liberal cities, because I got relatives throughout Chicago that told me we need these people gone. They hanging around, they homeless, they laying all over the street. There are a lot of even liberals that are happy that Trump got these folks off the street and out of our country. A lot of liberals are happy about it. So when you say, what has he done? A lot of folks are glad these people are not around taking resources. They're happy about it.
You're happy that he's done it in the cruelest way possible.
I'm not arguing with you that it's cruel. I'm just saying people are happy that Trump has gotten these folks out. A lot of people believe they're freeloaders. So I'm just saying.
And the same people that believe they're freeloaders, believe that the SNAP and welfare system is a system of freeloading as well. When they don't remember the fact that more than 90% of the people who are on SNAP and welfare are white people. White people, not black people, not brown people, white people. It's just like that dumbass argument that, oh yeah, well the Democrats want to keep the House closed or the Congress closed because they want to keep illegals from getting welfare or from getting health care. When we all know that that's a debunked bullshit lie.
Well, I think the difference is they believe that, listen, we know there's a lot of white people on, SNAP and EBT too. But I think the difference is they believe that the white people that are on SNAP and EBT are actually working while they're on it. They believe the black people and Hispanics are not working. They're just lazy sitting around getting it.
Too. You do realize in order to get SNAP, you have to have some type of employment.
I realize it's bullshit. Okay, I'm not agreeing with it. So yeah, I do realize you got to work. I don't, the day of sitting around and living off of welfare and not even trying to get a job or anything, that stuff ended in the 80s. That ain't happening to any significant degree now.
Here's my thing, because I'm not gonna play with you. I'm not gonna fluff with you. I find it very fucking sick that all these people are pissed off about these people being in the country. And you think it's such a great idea to outcast these quote unquote illegals, but it's okay to send money to Argentina to fund their economy so that they can have free health care. Israel, they get free health care, but we don't get free health care. It's cool for them to get it, but we can't get it.
I can't argue with that. Real quick, Cody, like you said, the internet can tell you how to make an IED out of household items and with a knife, doesn't require a chase. You're going to be more successful with a firearm. I'm just going to say that. You're going to be more successful with a firearm no matter what you learn on the internet. But go ahead. What do you say? Go ahead.
Let me just tell you this. That whole conversation is bullshit, because the idea that more people with firearms are going to keep somebody safe, that fucking shit sounds stupid. So now you want your fucking teacher to be a security guard and a fucking teacher. You don't pay the teachers in this country enough to do either one of those fucking jobs. So you expect them to do double duty now and keep your fucking kids safe when you don't want to pay them to fucking teach your kid? Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me?
I don't have...
These motherfuckers really got their motherfucking panties up, they fucking panties and they nose up Trump's ass. Because while y'all keep believing that he's doing such a great job, this motherfucker is robbing y'all blind. He's literally taking money out of the fucking economy and funding other fucking places that he ain't got no fucking business doing. Why is he going to Nigeria? What fucking reason does he have to go to Nigeria at all? He's spending money to go to Nigeria to get Boko Haram out. But this motherfucker can't get the motherfucking white terrorist groups, the YT terrorist groups out of his own fucking country.
Well,
But y'all okay with
he's
that?
in Nigeria defending Christians, King. And in regards, real quick, John Landrigan in the comments says this guy sounds like he shot Charlie Kirk. So he's
Maybe I did, bitch. Maybe I did.
oh my
I
God.
might have been the lone motherfucker on the grassy knoll that shot Kennedy too, bitch. Maybe I did.
Okay.
The fuck is your point?
I don't know.
We ain't
I don't
talking
know
about
what
me
made
like
some.
that.
Yeah, I don't know what made him say that. But it says, why do you
We ain't
want
talking
your?
about me.
Why do you
We
want your?
talking about the shit stain of the president that you got right now.
A lot of people love him, man. 77 million votes.
Those 77 million votes, 77 million people were duped, were fucking bamboozled.
How they
Was
still
fucking-
love him, King. They still say. I got people telling me Trump is the GOAT, man.
Yeah, Trump is a goat, but a shitty goat, not the greatest of all time.
Oh my God.
I'll tell you that.
I don't
He's a
know.
shitty goat. Waste of space. A piece of shit. He's the motherfucker. He's the leftovers out of the garbage compartment after you swirl that motherfucker a couple times. It's just a whole bunch of gunk in there. You know when your garbage disposal gets stuck and you gotta call the plumber and the repairman to come fix your pipes? That's what
Yikes.
Trump is. That sludge at the bottom of the garbage disposal that you gotta take out when it gets stuck. That's
Damn.
what he is.
Damn, King, tell us how you really feel. Let me ask you this way: if they were to hold an election today, Trump versus Kamala, you think he could beat her again?
I think Kamala will win because all Kamala has to do is go out on a tour for the next 2 weeks and say, I was right about everything. And I'm pretty sure that most of the idiots who decided to vote with misogyny instead of their fucking brains would actually do the right thing this time.
Kamala saying that she was right about everything. I thought that was Trump. Here's the hat. Trump was right about everything. I thought Trump was the one that has I was right about everything hats.
She ain't got to see, because the thing of it is she ought to come out with something saying, do you motherfuckers miss me yet? Matter of fact, it ought to be her and Obama on the hat. And it should say, do y'all miss us yet? The two most qualified presidents we've ever had. You motherfuckers voted in a game show host. A bad game show host like that.
I believe some people miss Obama. I don't think a lot of liberals miss Kamala. I think they don't like Trump. So they would take Kamala over Trump. But if the liberals had their own, like, put it this way, if Joe Biden had been a transitional president like he led people to believe and only ran for one term, Kamala Harris would not have had the Democratic nomination. Somebody else would have had it. Even the liberals are not big fans of Kamala Harris, in my opinion. She only got it because it was given to her.
Come on, man. How can you really actually, you know what? I'm not finna.
No, wait a minute. Let me clear it up and ask you this question. You can go anywhere you want with it. You know I don't block, ban, or censor, even if you want to criticize me in your answer. But if Biden ran for one term and that led to, everybody from Tim Kaine to Waltz up in Minnesota, all of them ran to get the Democratic nomination, and Kamala Harris was in that crowd. You think she would have won?
Yes.
No.
And if we're doing the presidency and the elections the correct way, Kamala Harris was literally the most qualified person to run the country that we've ever fucking had. She's done all three branches of government: the judicial, the legislative, and the fucking executive. She's been the vice president. What are you talking about? There's no other. Who else has done all three? Name somebody.
Okay.
else.
I'm not going to argue with you in regards to the qualifications of her resume you're pointing out, but I'm going to simply say that your resume doesn't guarantee that people are going to vote. When Obama became president, his resume wasn't shit. He was a community organizer. He had 2 years of the Senate. He didn't have shit on his resume, and he won over Hillary Clinton. So naming what a person has done doesn't necessarily denote whether they're going to win or not. I don't think people favor Kamala Harris. Look, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, I think them folks, Bernie Sanders, I think would get a bigger crowd than Kamala Harris. I don't know if I agree with you there.
I swear, man, you start fluffing. You go.
How the hell is that? We're talking nothing but liberals. How's this fluffing?
You run that fluff train right into the motherfucking back of Trump's asshole. I swear you do. This is why I don't be saying nothing about gangster getting in your ass.
Oh, my
Because you know
God.
you be on some bullshit. Come on now, man. Be for real. I'm not saying that it would automatically get her, elected. But what I'm telling you is she was the most qualified person for the job. Whether y'all believe that shit or not, look at her motherfucking record. You might not like what she did. You might not like how she did it. But I can tell you she was a hell of a lot.
You keep going back to qualifications. Let me tell you something in regards to the qualifications. When she ran for president, when Joe Biden won, remember she started indicating during the debate that Joe Biden was racist or whatever. She didn't even get out of Iowa back then. The Democrats were running her over. She ran against a lot of the folks that were running for president. She did terrible when she actually had to run because Biden ended up getting the nomination and becoming president. She did terrible that year. The Democrats did not even see her. I don't know why you think she would win. And she had all the qualifications you're talking about now. She had them then.
You know she had them, Tim. You know damn well she had them.
But
the reason she lost is because of misogyny and racism. And we both really fucking know that. You know for a fucking fact that that's what it was.
I'm not disagreeing with you that there are people in this country that will not vote.
Didn't want a woman to be president. Go ahead.
I'm not disagreeing with you that there are people in the country that won't vote for a woman, that won't vote for a person of color. I agree with that. However, I'm saying simply having qualifications in an election does not mean you're going to get the job. People are going to vote for people they feel that they resonate with, that they're authentic with. Like Gavin Newsom, him being a pretty boy, which has nothing to do with qualifications. Just like John F. Kennedy got the job because he was a pretty boy. Being attractive has nothing to do with the job. Bill Clinton got the job because of how he looked. So what's on your resume when you're running for as a politician, that don't always take the cake. Sometimes there's other shit.
You're right, because again, they elected the largest shit stain in anybody's underwear to be president again. So I guess I would have to concede that point, but I still don't think you're right because she was the most qualified person for the fucking job, and that's just the truth. You can believe it or not believe it, but her record stands the same.
I was just moving on for you by simply saying this. One of those qualifications for that job is being able to talk to the people in a way that resonates with them. I don't give a damn what you've accomplished as a politician. If you can't speak to the people in a way that resonates with them, you don't have one of the major qualifications.
So wait. Stop the motherfucking bus. So you're telling me that you don't think Kamala could do that, but we have a president in office who can barely make a fucking statement without fumbling over his words, not being able to pronounce simple words like acetaminophen, as well as not being able to keep Biden and fucking Obama's dick out his mouth. Because he's sludging it every single motherfucking time he makes a speech. The first thing, Biden couldn't did that. Obama couldn't did that. Biden and Obama own space in that motherfucker's head. And he can't get over the fact, he can't get over the fact that they were better than him, number one. Number two, he can't get over the fact that a black man ran the motherfucking country better than he could.
King, I'm just going to tell you, the energy you feel when you leave a Trump rally is similar to the energy you feel when you leave an Obama rally. There is no energy leaving a Kamala Harris gathering that's even close to that. I mean, I'm not saying that there's no energy there. I'm sure some people had energy, but the energy for Kamala Harris, here's the difference. The energy for Obama was, damn, I really want that guy. The energy for Trump was, damn, I really want that guy. The energy coming from Kamala Harris is, man, she ain't Trump. She sounds better than Trump. It wasn't, I really want that woman. The energy is just not there.
That's subjective to your feelings, to your opinion.
Yeah, that's true.
Because there are a lot of people who really felt like they wanted to have Kamala in there. Also, as the other fact that they felt like she was a better fucking choice than the orange shit stain.
Yeah.
So again, that's subjective to your own truth. If you feel like misogyny is something that you want to be a part of, fine. Vote the orange shit stain in. You already did that. Because I didn't vote for that motherfucker, not now time. Okay? Right. And I wouldn't vote for that piece of shit in the first place. I'm going to say what I said before. I never thought the shit was real. I thought it was a fucking joke. Because who the fuck would have thought some bad fucking game show host is going to be our next president after we seen what the fuck Reagan did?
But that's what I'm saying. He had the power to resonate with the people. People left Trump speeches feeling energized, like this is the man. He's going to do something. He's going to lock up the Clintons. He's going to expose the deep state. And the same thing Wayne got reelected. He's going to expose the Epstein shit. He's going to end these wars in 24 hours. People left his gatherings feeling rejuvenated. That ain't what happened with Kamala Harris.
This is something I've been wanting to ask you too. So the Trump rallies you went to, what did he talk about?
Oh, he talked about imposing tariffs on John Deere because they were making their tractors. This is one of the things he said that I stood up and he winked at me for applauding for him. But he talked about imposing tariffs on John Deere, and the way he orated it made a lot of fucking sense. They're sending these tractors down to Mexico, and the money is going to that country, and you know the jobs are down there. Then they send it back, and they're inflating the charge. And only a few people within John Deere, the top levels, are making a killing. Now he sold the bill of goods. But the goods sounded great when he was saying it.
Right. And when he winked at you, you felt special, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. And I would have felt the same way if Kamala Harris had done it.
You telling me, right. So you're telling me that all it takes is for some orange shit stain to wink at you and probably wave and you feel special.
Well, to be honest with you, Kamala Harris took a picture with me. I mean, I actually got to embrace her and take a picture with her. So I got a lot more out of Kamala Harris. Then because I went to an actual fundraiser for Kamala Harris. I donated money to her campaign, and I actually got to meet her and take a picture with her.
So that's what I'm saying. Again, all it took was for a shit stain to wave at you, and now you got this opinion of Kamala Harris, even though you know the fucking truth.
I voted for the broad. What are you talking about? I'm just simply saying this is not a good candidate. How many times do you like Gangsta Grandma? This woman was not a good candidate. I gotta move it on, but she was not a good candidate.
I'm gonna continue to say that, but I'm gonna continue to tell you, you know the fucking truth, Tim. Stop fluffing. Hashtag stop the fucking fluffing. This is King. Again, the King. The King fan it is. And we out always, as always. Fuck Donald Trump and fuck MAGA. You pieces of shit. Orange shit stained motherfuckers. Oh yeah, and pizza lover Johnny, and what's that other motherfucker name? Alter Ego. Anytime you want to come to my live, come on, I'll embarrass your bitch ass like you should be, but you won't. Fuck boys.
King Finn, everybody. Thank you. Moving on with the program. That is King Finn. No fluffing zone indeed. Kamala higher stars. That is true. I mean, but Trump had Hulk Hogan and I mean, look, who else did he have? Kid Rock follows him everywhere. The head of the UFC, Dana White was there. I mean, he got stars too. Sylvester Stallone, a huge star. You know, Sly Stallone was there. I mean, he had stars too. So it is what it is. I don't know. I guess you would have suggested Trump didn't pay for the people and Kamala Harris did. I don't know. He had the lowest of the low, says Bug. Bruh, thinking China is better than America is wild. China is only one unstable Americana away from conquering Earth of its neighboring and the world. I don't think China is better than America either. I mean, look, I'm not a fan of some of the things that Trump is doing, but I wouldn't trade America for China. I mean, there are countries that I would trade America for, though. I don't buy that. If you live in America, you live in the best place on earth. There are comparables. There are places you can live that are not America, and you can be just as happy and shit. In America, we judge everything based on wealth. That's it. We don't give a fuck about life expectancy or the education of our children or the crime or murder rate. We don't. When we're comparing America to other countries, it's generally based on wealth. I can be nothing and actually become something in America. I can't be a gazillionaire in these other countries, but the happiness index and things like that, America's not even in the top 10 in a lot of those areas. So a sign of a coat is not criticizing their own side and not giving credit to the other side. I agree with that, Cody. I don't know about a coat, but it's a sign of somebody who, I don't know. I would have to think of a different word. I don't think it's a coat. Not criticizing your own side. I guess it's kind of close though. White people make up 35.4% of SNAP, which is the largest, but that is a low percentage. Here's one of the things I don't understand, because a lot of people talk about, blacks being on SNAP and things like that. Is it wrong to bring up how long this country operated to deliberately keep blacks impoverished and minorities? That shit only ended in like the 80s. I mean, look, people making some of this stuff happen a long time ago. I mean, think about levels of generational wealth. How long has there been very, very wealthy black people? That stuff is very recent. When I was a kid, Generation X, 70s and 80s, there wasn't a whole lot of very wealthy black people. That stuff is not that fucking old. So you're going to have more of them on SNAP or welfare and things like that. The country was tailored to keep them poor. Now, as time goes on, there are going to be more and more African Americans that are going to be millionaires, wealthy, and get out of that. But you can't do something one way for hundreds of years, snap your fingers, and within a generation, there's no trace of it again. It doesn't happen that fast. Every year, there are more African Americans graduating from high school, more African Americans getting college degrees, more African Americans opening up businesses, becoming doctors, lawyers, becoming small business owners, all of that shit, becoming millionaires. But it doesn't happen overnight. It does, and a lot of folks on the other side, because they probably don't like having to discuss what was done. Why won't you get past what happened in the past? They are. It just doesn't happen that quick. It just does not happen that quick. You got to get more people focused on education and things like that. They didn't, like I remember my grandmother telling me my kids knew better than asking me to pay for their education. She grew up in an era where it didn't matter. You're only going to be a maid any damn way. So you got to give it time. People got to understand you don't do something for hundreds of years, snap your fingers, stop doing it, and then there's no trace of it ever again. It doesn't work that way. 50 years from now, it will be even far more wealth and things like that in the black family or whatever the hell I'm looking for. But you got to give it time. It's not going to happen overnight. People, why are there so many blacks on SNAP? It's the way it was done. It's created to keep them poor. If a teacher is an ex-cop, soldier, let them carry. Also, we protect our banks and politicians with people with guns. Why not our precious kids too? If not teachers, add more police guards. Here's my take on it. I know this is going to sound real fucking liberal of me, but I think we're trying to do everything possible to avoid the elephant in the room, and that is there are too many fucking Americans in this country with guns that shouldn't have them. We're trying to do everything we can to not address that, to the point of even giving preachers and teachers and everybody guns and shit like that. I don't know how much more evidence we need, but continuing to put more and more guns in society, it ain't working. We're at this point now where just about any American can get a gun if they want one, law-abiding or criminal. And the country's getting more violent. It's not getting less violent. Even if you live in the liberal cities, you pretty much can get some kind of gun. Yeah, maybe you can't get a 100-round drum on your AR, but you can get something that goes bang to defend yourself, even in the liberalist of areas. It's not lowering crime. I mean, in fact, most of the cities in this country that have the most firearm-related crimes are in red areas where they don't have tough gun laws. I always bring them up: St. Louis, New Orleans, places like Memphis. There's no tough gun laws in those areas. You can get everybody who wants to defend themselves can get a gun, and it's not stopping a bad guy from using guns against people. Now we're talking about giving them to teachers. As my last caller rightfully pointed out, you're paying these people barely enough to buy supplies for their kids, and now you expect them to potentially get in gun battles? I don't see it. Also, I would submit this to you. Being a teacher takes a special kind of person. A lot of us adults don't know how to fuck with kids, especially bad kids. A lot of us don't want to work around that. So it already takes a special kind of person that has patience with children to become a teacher to begin with. So now all of a sudden, if one of them comes in and you expect them to shoot the kid, these are the people that are known for not getting violent with bad kids, for having the most amount of patience with bad kids. But you expect, if it comes down to it, one of them can be depended on to shoot a 13, 14-year-old? That's the person that is most likely to hesitate because they love kids so much. I just don't see it. I really don't see expecting teachers to use firearms on kids as something that's going to work. I don't believe it. And now somebody pointed out the military and things like that. Maybe, But a lot of people come home from the military fucked up. I would submit to you, I believe that's why there's so much issues with police. It's because we allow a lot of our cops to go straight from war zones to working for the police department. And they still have that hyped up attitude. You want them dudes in schools on your dealing with your kids and shit like that? I mean, how many cops wrongfully draw down on citizens that don't deserve it for talking shit or whatever? You want them to potentially draw down on the kid for talking shit? I don't believe that's a good idea. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, look, if it comes down to shooting a bad guy, yeah, maybe somebody who's been in war might be a perfect choice. But 99.99999% of the time, that's not what he's going to be doing. He's going to be dealing with everyday children that might just be cussing or using the phone against permission or whatever. I don't want that hyped up dude dealing with that at school security or whatever his job is. I just don't think that dude would be a good fit for that position. I don't know. A lot of you guys have a difference of opinion. Guy comes straight out of Fallujah, put him in middle school. Maybe that's exactly why the military on U.S. streets is a horrible idea, says Further Great. Yeah, I think you hype somebody up to that level, they should only be dealing with the enemy. I don't know. It's a lot of people out there we know that has PTSD and all kinds of other shit. I just don't putting them in schools with kids. I think you're begging for friendly fire in a case like that. Snap EBT Wick is getting crazy out there. Time people are looting stores. Well, leave it to Trump. He'll make sure we prevent that from happening. Kamala, I wouldn't change anything from Biden. Yeah, she said that on The View. And I think that everybody thinks that was harmful to her campaign. Kamala extended black sentences to keep them in prison, in the prison work system, legal slavery. You're not going to listen. Only reason why Kamala Harris, as you say, extended prison sentences to keep people in prison. The only reason why anybody on the right would complain about that is because Kamala Harris was running for president and was opposition politically to the right. If Kamala Harris was just a DA working out in California, extending black sentences to keep criminals in prison longer, you guys would view her as a hero. You would view her as a hero. You guys like people who are tough on crime. Only reason why you got a problem with what she did is because she was running against Trump. Any other African American that's tough on crime and doing that shit, the right's going to view them as a hero. Ed G says, blame it on the left not going as pro-woman and pro-black as they claim to be. Not arguing with that. One thing that hurt Kamala Harris is the left did not show up and show out. That is true. A good guy with a gun stops a bad guy with a gun. You realize how many good guys with guns get shot every day? Cops. I don't know about that one, Cody. Bad guys win all the time. Plenty of bad guys with fire. Active self-protection. Watch that channel. Bad guys with guns win all the time. It sounds great, but that ain't real. That ain't realistic. Bad guys with guns win fights all the time. And by the way, in regards to the polite society, armed society thing, the Hispanic community, you see what's happening to them all over the place with ICE? The notion that if you have firearms, you can stop government tyranny. They clearly believe ICE is being tyrannical. It ain't stopping them though. Miss Mobetta. It was brought up in the Democrat presidential debate. Yeah, it was. I recall. Miss Mobetta, thank you, Cody. Good evening.
Hey, Tim. I'm just loving your attire. I really am.
I'm being called Uncle everything in this shit, though. Ruckus, coons, and shit.
I like to see a well-dressed man. I do.
Thank you.
It's better than that thing you had on. We thought you had a robe on. Thought you was gonna strip.
That's Mike. I tried to bring Mike up, and he abandoned the program. But that's Mike said
he
that.
Said he would be back. He typed that he would be back.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. He said he'd be back, but so yeah, he thought you was gonna. This is your OnlyFans page or so.
Oh my Lord, we still doing what we're doing. We're doing it. We're just doing it the right way. That's all we're doing. This is what the closet had to offer this evening. Next time you might see me in my drawers. Who knows? But what do you think?
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time, Tim. Now stop.
Okay, you got me blushing and I'm dark as hell. So let me ask you to you this way: is this guy looking for war? I mean, how many countries has he threatened already? Some he's actually taken military action.
How many times did I say you can go back and check your videos, and I told you what he wanted to do. He wants to start a war because that makes him feel empowered. Like I am the boss. I'll do what I want to when I want to, regardless of the consequence. Especially when he found out he had immunity. As long as he don't go to where they want his head, he gonna do that shit.
Does MAGA favor that though? I can do what I want anytime I want.
MAGA I don't think they even know what's happening. I don't think they even know the extent of what's happening. They don't care. As long as it's him, they support him. So whatever he does, they're going to support. And not only that, they're gonna try to fix it. They're going to try to fix the context so it'll make it seem like what he's doing is justifiable. That's what MAGA does.
What about him talking about going into Nigeria to stop Christians from being persecuted? Cody Locks, I see you leaving. Appreciate it. Thank you, as always, Cody. Real good. Appreciate that. So do you see going into Nigeria to stop Christians from being persecuted or even murdered? Do you think that's a good idea?
I mean, because we know a lot of time he inflates things, he lies about things, or demonizes things. What proof? I don't know. Are they reaching out to ask him for help, or
I believe that he
fully understanding.
I believe that he may think the government of Nigeria is in on it because he's threatening the government of Nigeria. So people are being persecuted in that country, and he believes the government powers that be are doing nothing about it.
Well, see, here's the thing about a bully. They go after the little people. They go after the small countries. Like I said, he didn't have this same type of energy for Israel when they supposed to have this so-called peace treaty, and then how many times they attacked Gaza in the peace treaty. How many times have they did it? So that's not saying anything. You're going after Venezuela for what?
Well, he believes that Venezuela is flooding this country with very harmful narcotics like fentanyl.
Like I said, we already
That's
know.
what he's saying. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. That's what he's saying.
I know. That's why I tell you. He inflates things. He demonizes things. Like, it's just crazy. And you want to give him credit for the border. All right, he slowed the border down or whatever to where there's not an influx of people in here. How many times has that stopped the crime in our country? How many mass unalivings and stuff that has happened since the border has been closed?
Well,
How many people has lost their jobs since the border has been closed?
Well, with the border being closed and no new people coming into the country, even if you can't point to the crime rate, is it not good that Trump at least stopped people from coming into the country that we have no clue who they are? Because under Biden,
That's not solving our problem, Tim, and that goes to show you that the border itself was not the major problem here. Was it a problem? Yes. Of course, you don't want to be over drowning. You don't want to be drowning. But however, his promise was to get the criminals and stuff out of here. And that's why I said, has the crime gone down since then? No.
Well, according to his border czar, Tom Homan, they're saying at least 30% of the people they're taking into custody are criminals.
He's gonna say whatever because he gotta make a good of that money he got in that paper bag. See, and that's the thing about having these goddamn loyalists. This is the thing about having loyalists in your cat. They'll say anything. They don't give a fuck whether it's a lie or not. And what sucks for them, because he'll throw all of their asses under the bus like he did his last cabinet. He'll throw them under the bus while he sails off into glory.
So what are you suggesting, that Tom Homan is corrupt?
Absolutely. Ain't no sugarcoating that shit. Absolutely corrupt. Listen, the love of money is the root of evil, Tim. Not all money is good money.
I agree with that. We should say that at the dice
Not
game.
all money is good money. All you got, how the late Biggie said, your mom's will set that ass up if she properly gassed up.
Damn. Damn, that's hard. That's a bar right there. Jeremiah Brown says no immigration numbers are actually way down. It's the one thing I can give Trump a little credit for. So he doesn't give Trump credit for much, but even he is admitting that under Trump, immigration numbers are way down.
Okay, I get that part, but again, the American people are still struggling, if not struggling even more, with the border being closed down. So that's not the problems that we are facing. All right, I give him that credit for calming it down, for closing the border or calming it or whatever he did to it. I give him that credit. He can have that. However, there's still issues here in this country that the border had absolutely nothing to do with.
Yeah,
so
but
why is he cutting? Why is SNAP and all of that stuff an issue? Why is all of these people losing their jobs and stuff like that? Why is all of that an issue?
Well, the people are losing their jobs, according to the Trump administration, because a lot of it is redundancy, waste, fraud, and abuse. And SNAP is the Democrats' fault for not voting with the Republicans who want to keep the government up and running.
And yet he's $8 billion richer. Make it make sense.
Well, you know.
Make it make sense. Tim, you can't.
But he didn't take a salary, Miss Mobetta. He's not taking a salary.
How much is the presidential salary?
$500,000.
Okay. Okay. Now, okay. You can't pee in my ear and tell me it's raining again. You can't do it, Tim.
$500,000.
You can't do it. And listen, we know not stuff on the Democratic side and all of that stuff. I don't even want to talk about Kamala losing anymore because we're going to move on from
Wait a minute. We can move on for it. We can move on from it, but I want to get clarity. Why did Kamala lose, in your opinion?
Homophobia, misogyny. Those are the top two. So I'm not even going to say race.
So
I'm not even going to say race because they tried to say that she said she wasn't black, which is full of shit.
How did she lose with homophobia?
Because the Dems support the LGBTQ community and the Republicans who are so-called Christian nationalists, they don't. They feel, because the MAGA reacts and them are talking about it in the putting tampons in the boys' bathroom. I want them to name me which place did they put that. You might have heard one person say that, and that was maybe Tim Walz or whatever. Now, and the reason that they put them in there because you do have trans people, trans women or whatever. However, they still get a period. They still get a period, even if they identify as a male. They still get a period.
I don't even know how it would be. Can you imagine? No, wait a minute. Can you imagine? No, I think of myself in the stall using the bathroom or something like that, and I sometimes you can see the person's foot or whatever under the stall. To see a dude in a adjacent stall bleeding like that, what the fuck is up with you, dude? Hey, you all right over there, man?
Again, it's to each his own, Tim. What they got going on in their drawers ain't got shit to do with me. How I eat, how I move, where I live, that has nothing to do with me or nobody else. That's some things that they got to handle with God themselves. And that's the things that Trump demonized, stuff like that. He demonized it and MAGA fell for it.
I don't know. I don't think MAGA were big fans.
You can't go to heaven or hell for nobody. I don't care how much you try.
I don't think MAGA was big fans of the LGBTQ community, even when they were members of the Tea Party. Yeah. So that ain't just Trump. I mean, look, the right is not big fans of that community. They weren't fans of that community even when they were calling themselves the Tea Party under Obama. They were not fans because Obama legalized same-sex marriage and had the White House, lit up in the rainbow colors. They were complaining about it then, and Trump wasn't even on the scene. So they don't like that community.
The hard thing about that now too is because when everybody see the rainbow, they automatically assume that it's the homosexual community. That's not true. That's further from the truth because autism also use it. You have different colors. They represent different colors because of all the cancers. You have Parkinson's that's on there. You have multiple sclerosis, all of that stuff. But people they don't take the time to learn a goddamn thing. And that shit is frustrating as fuck sometimes, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's getting hard. It's getting to the point where you can't even go out and buy a box of Lucky Charms or a Care Bear without somebody complaining
You
because the
can't
rainbow's
do
in
nothing because people are so goddamn sensitive. They worried about shit that does not have a damn thing to do with them. Nothing.
They believe they're shoving it down the throats of kids, Miss Mobetta.
That's a whole lie. And I wanted to go back and touch that situation real quick. When I was talking about teachers, having to be armed and stuff. Teachers they're educators. They're not protectors. How about you go after the parents that are actually purchasing most of those firearms for these kids? Nobody's saying that. Y'all people. Now I'm not gonna say y'all, but people are shifting the blame to where it doesn't lie. Go after these families. You got kids with 3D printers right in their garages making this shit. You got parents that teach their kids how to use these firearms and then go out and purchase them one for Christmas. They got pictures of that shit.
Yeah, I've seen those. The Christmas card where the whole family is armed and shit like that.
Come on, Tim. We got to start being truthful about this shit. People are not being truthful.
I can't argue. I got to move it on, unfortunately, Miss Mobetta, but I cannot argue with you there. I've seen it with my very own eyes. Thank you.
But yeah, be very selective of the next tie that you put on, because that looks very, very similar. If you're gonna wear a red tie, don't put them stripes. Don't wear one with them stripes or something. And I don't know, but fix that.
What is this looking like to you? What is this looking like?
Fix that. Like I said, it's kind of looking like a Confederate flag for a minute.
Oh my
But,
Lord!
you know.
Can I be like General Leroy Stonewall or somebody? General
Wear a
Leroy
brown
Stonewall
tie.
Jackson.
Just wear a brown tie.
I'll see what I can do. I'll keep that in mind. Now that I know. Wow, I did not think
Try to
that.
match that nasty ass red hat back there.
Oh my God!
Come on, Tim. I like you to.
It does match her.
No, it matches and it looks terrible.
All I need now is YMCA playing in the background.
And look, that's funny too, because Trump uses that song. Do he know those people are gay? That's a gay man song.
No, I don't think he knows
I'm
that.
asking for clarity. You know that's a gay man song? I don't believe he do.
I don't think he knows that either. Miss Mobetta, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh my God. Yeah, he's right. You know, when he went to on this Asian tour recently, he went to Japan first and then he landed in South Korea before going on to China. He landed when he landed in South Korea, I was up late at night watching, Fox on, because you get Fox on your streaming services, but if you get a Samsung TV, there's 3 channels in there, and they have a Fox channel as well. I watch that sometimes because it's not very biased. But anyway, they had cameras on the tarmac waiting for Air Force One, and the South Korean soldiers were playing YMCA when Trump got off the Air Force One and walked down the red carpet with the leadership over in South Korea before getting into Marine One. But they taught them how to play YMCA, the South Korean band. Anyway, Trump don't hate guys. He hates his haters. Larry, I don't know about that. I don't look. The guy said he hates Democrats. I don't know. Look, I'm not going to go into who he hates or not, but he used the word hate himself. Mike, good evening. Welcome to the program. Hi, everyone, says Gino. Good evening, Gino. Mike.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Not much at all. Not much at all.
Listen, can you answer my question?
Sure.
What's going on, man? Are you in Mormon school? What's going on? You hasn't had a tie on all week. I know you ain't on Trump much.
Well, like I told the other viewer, in the words of the late John Witherspoon, sometimes you got to coordinate.
Sometimes you got to coordinate.
Yes, have to coordinate.
Anyway, I know. For the white audience, never mind. The movie's name is Boomerang. But anyway,
Right.
Man, I don't even know where to start. I heard you. It sounded like you broke MAGA Reacts a little bit. I think you broke the toy. He sounded a little defeated.
Really? He's in the audience. What?
Yeah, because he ain't got nothing else to do. You know that motherfucker lonely. But listen.
Oh, no.
Yeah, whatever. Listen, and I heard Coach up here. Now listen, let me say something about Coach real quick. If you're gonna have a TikTok name called Coach and you're okay or so accepting of lying, I wouldn't want you to coach.
What did he lie about? Your signal's going in and out, Mike. Mike,
Say again?
yeah, you're going in and out.
No, I just got a call. My phone's been blowing up, but can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, I wouldn't want him to do any coaching if he's so accepting of. But you know what, Tim, of lying. And he was talking about lying and how Trump is just a man. And here's the part: heavy is the head that wears a crown. I'm sorry, but you can't just be the average man as a president of the United States.
And I was trying to illustrate that to him. You can't compare Trump to a regular dude. He was trying to say we're all no. You got 360 million people under your command. You're not a regular guy.
No, and he doesn't want to be perceived as a regular guy. Trump doesn't in any shape. Every time he speaks, he lies about how great he is. So you can't fall back and say, well, I'm so sick of these motherfuckers, with this bullshit about, we're holding them to a standard. But what did I tell you a week ago? The bar is on the fucking ground, and they're okay with it. And Coach basically said what I've been saying. Well, everybody lies. Just step over it. Right? Just step over it.
He was indicating that, but like I told him, like Trump promised that he wasn't going to be doing that. He wasn't going to be. That's one of the things that has happened with Trump constantly in my debates with MAGA. Anytime he gets in trouble, people keep bringing up, well, they all do that. And I'm like, well, he promised not to do this stuff. He promised to expose the deep state, not be a typical politician. Now he keeps getting caught in lies, and we keep having to say, well, everybody does it. So in other words, he got in there, and now he's nothing more than a typical politician.
You're right. You're right. And again, at the end of the day, if they want the bar to be so low, then set the low bar that you have when it comes to ethics, morality, integrity, and character. Right? Just accept it. Accept the fact that you all of a sudden, after the history of the country, all of a sudden we've lowered the bar to its non-existent for which is supposed to be the most powerful man on the planet. And that you're okay with it. And that you accept all of his faults, including murder, that they can't, right? And this is where I'm going, including him threatening Nigeria, accept all the evil that comes with him and be his disciple. Go ahead and be a disciple to the devil.
Ooh. Well, wait a minute. If he is indeed bombing vessels off the coast of Venezuela to stop narcotics from coming in this country, threatening Nigeria to stop innocent Christians from being persecuted, is that devil? That maybe he's doing good. That's not devilish activity.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you just lead me right into this. I do. It's like playing basketball. Like you're a good point guard. Because if they were doing the right thing, then they wouldn't let people listen. When they didn't say, this is what happens when people do the wrong thing. If you start lying and telling secrets, you got to get rid of everybody that you told a secret to, because if any of them are around, then they get to tell the truth. There were 2 people that survived that one booming, and they let them go. Now, if they were guilty, MAGA supporters, of what you are just believing he's telling you they're guilty of, no evidence whatsoever, why would he let them go? And I heard you mention it earlier, so I'm saying, why would you let guilty people go if it were... Do you realize they let those 2 people go back to their home country, and they're willing to deport people from here to a country they don't even fucking know about? Yeah. Think about what I
there's no excuse for that. If you really think that these folks in these boats bringing fentanyl is what they're saying, they're so bad that you got to try to kill them. If you catch one alive, you don't just let them go. That makes, you pretty much let them be free to do it again, which is what I asked.
You've undermined your entire narrative. You've undermined everything you said. And then Pete Hegseth comes out either today or yesterday, and now he's saying, listen, we're not releasing any information on Venezuela to Congress without approval. Now you're trying to keep information from Congress. You didn't notify the Gang of 8. You didn't do that. Now you don't want Congress to know anything unless it comes through you. So what are they doing? They're doing exactly what we said they do. And I don't listen. We're at a point, and I told you, Tim, we're at that crossroads now. MAGA supporters, stay on your MAGA Titanic. Listen, MAGA Titanic, stay on that motherfucker. And this is my analogy now, because I'm furthering my analogy, especially for the black MAGA supporters. Listen, you black MAGA supporters, you're jacked. The white MAGA supporters arose on the fucking door. Your black ass is in the water. And nobody's coming to get you out the water.
You know, so I'll tell you something, because today I got into a debate with Duran. He's black MAGA, him and Snacks. And I'm noticing that there are less black, like I haven't seen Lumberjack or LJ on here in a while. AJ and Lumberjack.
Still around Denali.
Huh?
They're still around whining. They're still around whining. Listen. I don't even care. I know, listen, I don't care. And I mean this sincerely. I can't care about people that don't care about people. I don't have energy. What we're doing now is just, you know, instead of having the TV on, we get to talk about this crazy shit and what's going on in the world. But the reality is this. If they choose to be Jack, I'm going to let them be Jack. But we know what happened with Jack at the end of the Titanic. We know what the fuck happened to Jack.
Yeah, come back. Come back.
If they want to be Jack,
come back.
Keep playing like, if they want to keep playing like the band on a sinking ship, and they think that Trump's giving them something, Trump's giving them nothing. Trump hasn't given his voters anything, Tim. He hasn't given them a fucking. You tell me what he's giving them.
No, I'm not saying Trump, but here's a strong pushback. MAGA React says maybe fix your boat and we will leave the Titanic to jump on your sinking boat. How do you respond to that?
Here's the thing. Our boat's not sinking. And we don't want you motherfuckers. Don't swim over here. Trust me. There will be no ladder. MAGA React, since you brought it up. There will be no ladder. There will be no rescue party. There will be. I'm going to treat you motherfuckers the way Trump is treating them Venezuelan boats. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Because here's why. You didn't have to be where you are. You didn't have to come on this program every day and try to conflate or rub on Trump every day to make it seem like what he's doing is acceptable. Here's what I'm saying, Tim. Nobody on this app, including MAGA Reacts, would work for a motherfucker like that. Where you couldn't, if you can't trust the person that you're working for, you ultimately start looking for another job. Yes? I mean, ultimately, so they're usurping their own personal integrity, if they have any, to make this man, to uplift this man and make him seem like he's doing something right for the people. We are watching the fleecing of America right now.
No, they actually do believe Trump. I mean, they believe that Kamala Harris.
And again,
they believe that Kamala Harris is going to destroy the whole damn country, though, Mike.
I know. That's what else are they going to do, Tim? Listen, what else is America going to do at this point? And here's the funny part. Somebody in the comments, it says, "Oh, so you're the enemy now." Cool. And it's funny because I'm not willing to help you. Now I'm your enemy. Think about this for a second. MAGA has been the enemy of anything on the left for the last 12 fucking years. MAGA has been the enemy. They have talked in very adversarial terms for what, 12 years now? It's funny how fast they forget all the things they've said. You know, let's go, Brandon. Fuck you, Brandon. You know, all the things they said, libtards, all the whining, you know, girls and men's boyfriend, you know, left the snowflake, all the shit they've been talking. And now we're saying, okay, fine. Fuck you too.
Ooh.
And now they're going, well, you're our enemy. See, they want us to be docile and be quiet while they do what they want to do. People are over that shit.
Do you really think so? I don't know. MAGA has not lost a lot of support, Mike. I mean, a lot of Trump supporters are still. I mean, my comments are loaded with Trump supporters that are still very happy with the man.
I understand, but listen, Tim. This is what I believe. That's what they're saying out loud. What else are they going to fucking say? Either they're talking or they're silent. But even the ones that are talking, listen, give it time, Tim. Just give it fucking time. Like I told you before, and I said it again. Hey, yeah, piece of leather. You know what's so funny? I don't have it all figured out, but I figured a lot of this shit out, and Tim will tell you that. Over the last year, I've called 85, 90% of this shit. And you know why? Because I don't set my common sense down when I need to apply my common sense. See, they call it hate because we're speaking out. But what was the hate on January 6th? Where's the hate about blowing up boats without having any evidence that these people have done anything? Where's the hate with threatening to go into Nigeria, guns a-blazing? Who the fuck says that, Tim? What leader says that shit?
I have no way to describe why he would say something that wild. I don't know, man.
But they'll excuse it. You know why? Because those are black and brown people. Those are black and
You
brown
think
people.
you think race has to play in this? You think if a white country was persecuting Christians, he wouldn't do the same thing?
Have they?
Is there a white country doing it?
There's always Christianity being persecuted if you listen to them motherfuckers. But coming from the person who's not a Christian, coming from the man who is not a Christian.
That is a hell of a thing. The fact that the guy, and not only is he not a Christian, but he's openly admitted it. And a lot of evangelicals love Trump. But I'll say it this way: even though he is not a Christian, by his own words, he is doing what the Christians believe is best for the progression of their religion. So they're going to go with him as opposed to the guy who, or the woman that's in favor of late-term abortions, or they perceive LGBTQs in schools and all. So they're still going to vote for Trump.
Look, you're right. They're going to vote for Trump. Listen, the most evil atrocities on this planet have been done in the name of Christianity. So I don't give a fuck about what they say. And what I just said is 100% true. Snowbird, 7. It's so funny when I come up, a lot of people have comments, but I bet you they won't request up to have a conversation with me because I'll call you on your bullshit. The most heinous atrocities on this planet came under the guise of Christianity, Tim. That's a fucking fact.
Well, they would say it came they would say it came from Islam.
Of course they would. They would say it came from anywhere outside of their own moral compass. So all they want to do is sleep well at night, Tim. All they want to do is espouse their hate and then sleep well at night. And then they'll get on their knees and pray, and they'll ask for forgiveness for all the shit they did all day and all the hateful things they had to say and all the harm to people, black and brown people and children that they've done all day. And in the name of God, amen. And then
Joshua Anderson in the comments says, you got to provide some examples of what you're talking about. What have they done that meets what you're stating?
I just used the most recent thing that Trump just said. Is that Christian-like to say you'll go into a country, guns are blazing, and it'll be sweet, and it'll be sweet. It'll be sweet.
Is that what he said? It'll be sweet. Hold on. Is that,
yes.
Did he really say that?
Yeah, pull it up. Yep. And then they say, amen. Amen.
You know, I had somebody on the show that used to say that, like, it doesn't make it any better just because you add amen at the end of it.
That's what they do. They've always done it. All we're seeing, what Trump did was bring out the evils of this country, and they put him on stage, and they still want to ignore it. They still want to know. Go ahead and pull it up. He said, sweet.
I'm looking for, I had it.
He said, sweet. Who talks about unaliving people in the name of something you don't believe in, self-proclaimed non-Christian, but you want to go unalive people and it'll be sweet.
I don't know why he would say, I mean, you're killing people I don't know why he would say something like that.
Yeah. But again, this is what they do. This app, the people in the comments or on this app that are listening, if you don't believe me, get out of your algorithm for a day. Like, pick up someone else's device. Go on your computer and Google some shit you haven't Googled before. If you think that I'm not being honest, then go Google the shit that I'm saying. But the reason you won't do it because you're fearful that what I'm saying will be factual, then you have no place to stand. I get it.
Yeah. Okay, let me. I don't know. It'll be sweet. I don't know if I've seen this. Hang on a second here. I need to.
It's right there. It's right there.
If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country guns a-blazing to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I am hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Warning, the Nigerian government better move fast.
Somebody needs to ask him, what does it mean? What do you mean by it'll be sweet? Yeah, that does sound.
It means they don't give a fuck about black and brown people. They don't mind unaliving people. They don't care. And his supporters don't care. They don't care. And they don't want anybody telling them that they don't care, but they have no defense because you never hear them defend the shit. Listen, Snowbird, you're in the comments. Request that. I bet you she won't request that. Because once you hear that, you should say that's disgusting. You should what you just read, that should disgust everybody, particularly Christians.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't know why you would call killing people sweet. I don't know why the president of the United States would say that. It's terrible.
And alter ego. I want to be clear. Alter ego. When I'm saying black and brown, I know what the fuck I'm saying, my guy. Yeah, I don't know why you would ever think I would dance around something.
Listen, you ain't even got to go into the skin colors of it. You shouldn't. If you gotta, as the president of the country, if you gotta kill to preserve life or to preserve America or for whatever reason, it should be something you hate doing. I mean, if you were as a leader, if you have to take America into war, it should be something you do as a last resort. You should never refer to it as sweet. That's unacceptable in my opinion.
Of course, it's unacceptable to me too, no matter what the color. But the funny part is, again, I'm just looking at the comments, and I typically don't look at them this much. They are just buying the fact that he tells you they're going after terrorists. So, somebody in the comments are like, we're talking about terrorists because he tells you they're terrorists. He just told you there were.
Well, that's one of the benefits of President Trump. And by the way, folks, tap the screen. We're close to 200. Get your boy likes on up. Finish off that that hat mustache go. We're pretty damn close. But tap the screen. Get that likes up over 200. I appreciate that. It would be kind. But yeah, that's one of the benefits of President Trump is he does not have to prove anything to MAGA. They do trust him as just if he says it, so be it. They don't really require any proof. So that's a pretty good benefit.
And it's funny that, it is. But again, when you know the beast that you're dealing with, then you're able to sit down with them. Because clearly they're just accepting the fact that there's terrorists in Nigeria. And here's the thing. I know that they are. I know that they are, but that doesn't mean that that's what his goal is. Because did you ever hear him mention Nigeria before? Why did he just set off the aid to Nigeria before now? He says, if they don't stop, we'll stop all aid. Well, if it was that important, you would have did it already.
Some are suggesting because of Nigerians' oil, their resources, that it might have, just like with Venezuela. Venezuela also has a ton of oil. Some are suggesting that might be what's at play as opposed to fentanyl and Christians being persecuted. Which is why the live stream was titled "Looking for War," is that he may be wanting to go in these countries, but you got to come up with some kind of plausible reason as to why you're doing it. Now, I don't want to compare Trump to Adolf, but that is what Adolf was doing, is creating reasons to start wars with these countries. I mean, Poland was attacking Germany. He used that as a reason to go into Poland. His history tells us that was not true, but it could be. I'm not saying it is, but he's creating, because Venezuela is not known as a country that produces a lot of fentanyl. And he keeps screaming fentanyl from Venezuela. Before Trump came along, nobody was talking about Venezuela as a fentanyl capital. I don't know where that came from.
He made it up, and all of his supporters are going, well, I mean, if we're trying to keep drugs out of our country. Well, here's the funny part, especially white America. Most of y'all kids is going to your medicine cabinet before they go on the street. Let's just call it what it is. Listen, hold on. So, and again, Snowbird, because I'm pretty sure you're one of them. Most of your kids, and if you say you haven't heard of it, you're lying or your head's in the sand. White kids have been having Skittle parties for 10 years.
What is a Skittle party?
You don't know what a Skittle party is? Does anybody in the comments know what a Skittle party is? Does anybody in the comments know? I'm about to tell you, Tim, what they do, because this isn't a black kid thing. This is a white kid thing. They get all the medicine, all the pills out of the medicine cabinet and put them in a bowl, and they just eat them and take them.
Do they live through that?
I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Do they actually live through that shit? What the fuck?
You got it. It's called a pill. Some of them call it a Skittle party. Some of them call it a pill party. They've been doing this shit forever.
That's a long way from Trayvon Martin.
Yeah. You see, they don't. But here's the thing: Here's my problem with this, Tim, and I'm on one tonight because I'm tired of this country demonizing everything else to make them feel better. I'm calling they shit out. Yes, sir. How many doctors are out there are signing prescriptions and they know that those are illegal prescriptions that they're signing?
Hopefully that was absolutely happening, and they didn't get punished anywhere near like the crack epidemic. But doctors were big drug dealers. I mean, they were getting kickbacks from the companies that sold the drugs and everything.
And they still are. You think it's going away?
Yeah.
Do you think
I've
it's going
never
away?
heard of
It's
a
going
still.
anywhere? But here's the thing, Tim. They demonize every other activity for every other community, and they don't look inside their own. And they spend so much time demonizing everybody. Now it's a epidemic right now with the F stuff because now white kids is out there strung out on corners, and now it's a problem. But it wasn't a problem.
So you're suggesting that it's a crime? You're
communities.
suggesting that drug use is a crime when minorities do it, when whites do it, it's an epidemic.
Well, if you look at the sentencing guidelines, it's not my opinion. Look at the sentencing guidelines.
It's different.
They've always been like that.
It is different.
They've always been like that. And again, these are the things that we don't want to talk about. So back to this. I believe it's about minerals in Nigeria. I believe it's about oil. This administration has shown us zero where they're focused on the Americans.
He's only been around for 9 months. I got to move it on, Mike, but he's only been around for 9 months, so there's a lot more to be seen, man. Appreciate you coming through as always. Anytime, you're welcome back. Thank you.
All right, bro.
You too. Good talk. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 200 and 205, huh? The thumbs are active today. Thank you very much. And for those who helped your boy come close to the TikTok, not TikTok, but the Had Mustache goal. Some of you folks helped me come close, so I do thank you as well. Nevertheless, if you enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, I'm going to ask that you take the time out to follow your boy if you're currently watching on Instagram or TikTok or also Facebook. We're on Facebook Live as well. So if you're on any of those platforms, feel free to follow us. If you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We're here most weekdays, so give your boy a sub if you're watching on YouTube. Smash that like button as well. Black people are doing it all right. Wait a minute. Black people are doing it at all right, but when white people do it, it's a serious crime. I think you may have that backwards. God about to make every black man in America wish they never turned their backs on Malcolm X. What? What did Malcolm X do to make blacks turn their back on him? I don't know what do you mean? The Democrat comment he made? I don't know what you mean by that. Still stupid, huh? Keep watching CNN and MSNBC and you'll always be. I don't know Tommy Brown Jr. I watched a lot of Fox. Fox don't make you any more intelligent. Telling you that the Dominion voting machines were switching votes to Biden. You're not learning anything on Fox either like that. All media is biased, certainly on the cable outlets. So you can point out CNN and MSNBC, but if you point out biased media and you stop at CNN and MSNBC and you don't mention Fox and Newsmax, you're being biased while you're pointing out bias. You actually are doing exactly what you're talking about. Are you Israel first or America first? I don't even know what the fuck either one of them are. I definitely don't favor Israel first. I get nothing out of helping Israel, and I don't see where we're doing anything to help out Americans. I don't see any of this shit. I don't see anybody being first, but the powers that be in this country. That's my take. Nevertheless, I appreciate you guys as always. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, follow the program. Give your boy a sub if you like this. We don't block, ban, or censor. We will be MAGA friendly to eternity. We've been MAGA friendly from day one, always will remain MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome on the program. You know how that runs. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Until then, I'll see you folks tomorrow. You guys take care. Have a good night and stay safe. Thank you, folks. Catch you later.